Hey, here we are. Look. Look down there. The telescope is out. Oh, boy. How are you guys doing tonight? A little bit of a late start. I know. Hey, we have clear skies going. We have an exposure run right now, and we will get some images rolling through as long as possible, as long as this weather is going to hold up. And I am not hearing my audio. Hopefully, you guys are still hearing audio. You guys are still. Seems like you are. That's good. That's good. But yes, how is everybody doing tonight? Good to see you guys in here. We are, like I said, a little behind on the schedule here. Panal, how you doing? Good to see you. The weather is ridiculously unreliable. As unreliable as this connection to my laptop is. Just as unreliable as my laptop. Well, it's good, we got it back. I did run a pre-roll ad, so hopefully those who are coming in who don't have a subscription, I'm trying to do what I can to devoid you of advertisements for a little while. Icy Yogi, how you doing? The sky is look down there. The scope is out. We are running. This is. Oh. We finally have some clear skies. Let's go back to studio mode so I don't run the wrong movements there. But hey, we are currently imaging on Jones Emberson 1. It's a planetary nebula in the constellation of Lynx, and we've shot it before. The difference on tonight is we are shooting in broadband. Not when we have a different filter in the scope tonight because I also noticed my door is still open. It's broadband filter. We were shooting in narrowband before. Samsung in disguise. How you doing? Stars is a good sign. I don't know how long we are. How long we are going to be having our clear skies for, but we're going to take advantage of it as long as possible. And yeah, no, I didn't clip on my mic. Yes, we are looking at Jones Emberson 1. We had imaged this planetary nebula before in narrowband. Good comms. Excellent. The Big Zinc, how you doing? Ooh. Getting double audio here. There you go. Putsy, how you doing, dude? Good to see you in here. What do we? Yes, we are shooting a planetary nebula. There is about 4 minutes to go on that target. So we're waiting for that to come through. And yeah, we have imaged this one before in narrowband. And let me find what that image is. Just logged into your house from the market. Cool. Did you get anything new, or is it just the same stuff? Bog standard grocery list. Astro Beard, what is up, my bearded compatriot? How are you tonight? Same old things. Oh, it's okay. That's it. Get in, get out, get the heck on with your day, right? Pretty fast today. That's all right. It's not too bad. Hang on. Need to adjust volumes here. Speeding a little because you needed to pee. Well, I'm pretty sure it's not the best excuse, but it's probably Well, it's not even the best excuse to use, but hey, why not? Give it a whirl. Be eating satay every time. Wouldn't be too bad. Alright, so this is what we shot the other week. This was Jones Emberson 1 in narrowband. I switched it up. I have a broadband light pollution filter, so we're going to get a much wider view of the spectrum, and yeah, we'll see how this turns out. It's been a while since we've used this filter, and I don't think we ever actually used the filter during the stream, so it's all been narrowband. So this is kind of a fresh start with you guys in the broadband spectrum. Yeah, good. Just bought a new scope with a gift certificate I won in a contest, an 8-inch f3.9 Newtonian. Excellent! Oh, that's awesome! Congratulations on the victory and the new purchase. Putting on pounds after pounds during this COVID thing. I hear you. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Hands up. Who has had the quarantine 15? There are some who are doing a little better with their exercise routines during lockdowns and all the other shutdowns and things like that. Alright, what is up with my audio here? What button did I hit? I was able to hear my audio, and then I touched something, and now I can't hear it. It's alright, I can see the sound. It's just mildly annoying that everything was working great before I hit start streaming, and then it all goes to pot. I'm not about to start hitting buttons. Alright, and a big thing you're going to notice with broadband imaging and the narrowband imaging is the stars are going to look a little different. They're going to look a little brighter. So that image is through right now. I want to know why. This is actually bugging me that I can't hear my... I cannot hear the sound. Not that I need to at this moment. I don't know if it's OBS or something. Icy Yogies, that's... Hang on. Let me see what it's up with. Just a quick check on audio here. Music. No, it should be coming out of the monitor. You guys can hear things, though. That's important. That's what's important. As long as you guys are hearing the audio, it is all right. Yeah, the audio setup, Putsy, has changed drastically since we last talked. I hit a lot of buttons. I've changed a lot of things. I've plugged earbuds into different ports. It was working earlier. Is it just that feeling, or are your pictures always a little too bright? I mean, it's possible to add, e.g., more contrast to get that deeper black through other tricks. Define too bright. Game for Paul Rowe. How you doing? How are you, sir? Good to see you in here. Right, we have our exposure done. This is 16 minutes we've done on this target, so what I'm going to quickly do is I'm going to do a little stretch on there. Lux, how are you doing? Good to see you in here. Look, we finally made it. The clouds have parted. For how long? I don't know. I do not know how long that's going to be, but at least we're rolling. We have some images coming through. Be till 1 a.m. for you, eh? All right, no worries. All right, so this was our image from a couple weeks ago now in the broadband. So we only had a very slim filter that was letting in a slim amount of light through the hydrogen alpha, oxygen 3, and hydrogen beta. But now, what we just finished imaging at 16 minutes is the planetary nebula Jones-Emerson 1. And it's the star. You can see there's more stars you can see, and you'll notice that also when we go on to galaxies, that it's going to be much more apparent that more light is coming through, and we're getting a lot more detail at the sacrifice of not being able to see as much of the nebula. I wasn't too sure how things are going to come out here, but how's the 70% evil nightlight? It's not too bad. It's not. It's off to the southwest area for me right now, so it's in the opposite area of where we are, where we're looking. So yeah, so this was an image. I started taking this photo before the stream started because I knew this was going to be a dim nebula. So taking as much time as possible. So this was 16 minutes on this planetary nebula Jones-Emerson 1, and yeah, it's about, there's no detail. It's so we got several faint stars in the galaxy, but there's also, in the nebula, but there is also a background galaxy there. So that is our first target there of the night. And it's going to be mainly galaxies, because the way how my back garden is set up, I don't have a view to the south and the southwest. So the Milky Way and Orion are all kind of behind the trees and the house right now. So that is a bit of a problem. But at least now we're going to be looking out towards interstellar space and checking out some galaxies. So is the Tiger's Eye galaxy an option? I don't know. I have to check. I'm going to just replay. Our latest follower is OMG It's Pinky, and also marking our 400th follower to the channel, which I think is absolutely incredible that you guys have been giving out this much support, and you've been wanting to check out astrophotography and astronomy and listen to me ramble on about it. I think that's absolutely incredible. So let me see if I can actually hear this. Nope, I cannot hear a darn thing. So I cannot hear any of my audio cues at the moment. Tiger's Eye is straight up right now. Let's see. Tiger, does it come back? No, I get Tiger. Do you have a catalog number for that? I've also kind of closed Firefox. It's been eating up my CPU like ridiculous amounts, even with like one tab open. So I'm trying to conserve energy on here, or just processing power, so we're not bombarded by everything just slowing down to a halt when I do certain actions on here. NGC 2841. All right. So yeah, focus is pretty good on here. So that is a galaxy. Now I was trying to implement the heat map on here, but I don't think it's working at the moment. So yeah, there's a galaxy, and it's just one of those objects that's easier to pick out because we are shooting in broadband. We're letting more light through to hit the sensor, and galaxies aren't going to be emitting much in the narrowband spectrum. So yeah, we're possibly going to be seeing some more interesting targets throughout the night there. Let's see, what is our camera's at -5. I wanted it down to -10. Let's get that a little cooler. Shotgun Steve! Shotgun Steve, how you doing, my friend? Good to see you in here. Mr. Predator Space, how are you doing tonight? No worries, thank you very much. Hey, they can still... 1-ton meter can still do some damage. Doing good. Excellent. We have some clear skies. We're going to be picking out another target. Let me see what this one was here. There you go, guys. If you're not following Shotgun Steve, give him a follow. Check him out. Always a nice stream to hang around in. Just good times as well. So it was NGC 2841. That is entirely possible. So yeah, why not? Let's give that one a check. Yeah, thank you very much for coming in, guys. I appreciate it. This is going to be perfect for the setup. I think so. Once again, if you are new to the channel, I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And tonight we are doing exactly what this channel is meant to do. And that is sharing the night sky in the east of England without some clouds. This is astronomy on easy mode tonight. It was different. I was really worried that things were going to be we originally had 9 hours of clear skies forecast, and that quickly dissipated to 4 hours, and then it looked like it was going like it was deteriorating very, very fast. So at least now we have some clear skies. Hey, Caffeine Daydream, how you doing? We'll have fun tonight. Yes, chilling with the fam, no worries. All good. Family time is important. Whatever you're going to be doing, if you got to look after that, that is all right. Be lurking in the meantime, no problem. That's all good. It's all good. All right, so let's check out this target, NGC 2841. Watching some TV, playing Uno. Watch out for that pickup 4 and double reverse snafu that can happen there sometimes. Right. Hey, when that raid went off, when Shotgun Steve came in with that raid, did you guys hear it? Did the sound come through? Because I've been hitting all sorts of buttons. And at the risk of running, Yes, good. Okay, all right. I'm happy. I know what it sounds like. I know what the sounds are. But it's good that you guys hear it there. All right, so... yeah, so that was our first target. That was kind of... I knew... I had a rough idea that it wasn't going to be as bright and as vibrant as when we look at certain nebulae with the narrowband filter, because was a little more light pollution as well coming through, in a sense. So I'll get an image of the visible spectrum queued up so I can show you what spectral lines we're actually seeing, what's kind of coming through there. And if I remember to turn on the repeat for the audio, we'll keep the audio going as well. All right, NGC 2841. That should be easily within reach. We are using the ASI Air. It is a fantastic bit of kit when it works. And mine is it just seems to be getting on in age. We'll head over to the target. It doesn't look like it's too far away. Should be easy shot. Now this is the telescope that we are using. It is an 8-inch reflector telescope, a Ritchie-Chrétien design, where it's exact same kind of model as the Hubble Space Telescope, where you have the primary mirror at the larger primary mirror in the rear of the scope, a smaller secondary mirror up the front, and everything kind of aims right back into this astronomy dedicated camera. And you try 1/32. And then after you do you. Alright, no problem. No worries. We can do that. Check it out. Alright. Yeah, it says we should be on target. Alright, here. Okay. I love it already. Because 5-second image, and we already have the core. We have the core of the galaxy in the shot there. So if we were shooting narrowband, this probably wouldn't be as visible. So that is really cool that it's already showing up there. So you want a 30-second shot? You're looking for a bit of a comparison deal there. I also need to check the guiding because I don't think we're on a good enough star. But I think 30 seconds won't be too bad to get that going. All right, there we go. 30 seconds on NGC 2841. I was so excited to be out here and imaging. I forgot to take a screenshot of the first image that we took. I even forgot to save a FITS file of that image. Oh well, we'll get that another night. That's fine. With the 2x Barlow and no guiding, I'm limited to 2-minute subs. I mean, that's for 2 minutes with the... At what focal length are you at that point there? Alright, we'll save that screenshot. I mean, if you're at 2,000 millimeters,
for a 2-minute sub. That's not too bad for your guiding then. Or sorry, without guiding it, everything your system sounds pretty balanced then. All right, I'm gonna pick a new star. Now the good thing is, well, I mean the good thing is, clouds may end up rolling in. However, there is no rain forecast. It's just nice and cold. So at least I'm not worried about any rain all of a sudden coming in, but at the same time, you know, we'll be leery of things. All right, I don't like that star. It's a little too bright. How are you? Better. Let's guide on this star. Now, we also, I'm trying to think of what galaxy we have available at the moment that we've imaged before. I don't think... I'll have to see. I think we did do the surfboard galaxy, which can be a comparator that we can use there. All right, we're off to the races with this galaxy right now. This is NGC 2841. Which is a paltry 53 million light years away from us. Not too far. We've had some galaxies that are almost a billion years away that we've caught in an image there, and we are going to be looking at an area of the night sky as long as it comes up for us, and we're going to be looking at an image that has potentially hundreds of galaxies in one shot. So I think that's going to be really interesting to look at, where pretty much almost every point of light that we're going to be seeing is more a galaxy than a star. All right, no, I'm not gonna mess with sound right now. Not gonna mess with the sound. You guys can hear it. I'm happy. This is on a forum done with a planetary camera. All right, hang on one sec. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to close my door. I can feel a little bit of a draft, and this heater isn't doing everything that it should. So give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. While this is running, this is a galaxy in Ursa Major, NGC 2841. Looking forward to seeing how this one comes out there. See? Quick and easy. Easy peasy. Alright, what is this one here you got? There is no image that comes up there. If you can save the image and drop it in the Discord channel, maybe we can have a look at it there. Alright, so a little bit of information. There's enough on this that's nice. Sometimes you get a galaxy and it just says this is a spiral galaxy and it is this many light years away, this many light years across, and that's it. At least there's a little more for this one. That is a very delicate, inclined spiral galaxy with tightly wound arms. It's a type SB spiral with a bright halo containing a bright nucleus embedded in an elongated core. The halo fades sharply in the northeast, the result of a dust lane on that side of the galaxy. Initially thought to be 30 million light-years distance, a 2001 Hubble Space Telescope survey of the galaxy's Cepheid variables determined that it was actually 46 million light-years away. And this galaxy has a diameter of over 150,000 light-years, 50% larger than our own Milky Way galaxy. That link isn't letting you post it, is it? That's weird. Well, I don't know. Will the link work in Discord so that I can click it through there? I don't know if it's something with Twitch or with Stream Elements or something like that that's doing this. But yeah, for now, it's nice and clear what we're looking at in the night sky at the moment. What we're seeing out of the camera here. But I want to say it's part of the Leo constellation. So shortly, Denebula should be coming up just above the roofline there, and we will see if we can get over. Well, actually, just above these. Chertan is the Leo triplet, which we can get 2/3 of the Leo triplet in one shot. So we'll try to get as many galaxies as possible, and in about an hour or so, we should have our two main targets I want to be able to get an image of, and that is there's a galaxy cluster in the constellation of Coma Berenices, and then there's also the galaxy M87, which is the galaxy where we had that image of the black hole come through. Now, we won't have a picture of the black hole, and I don't know how much we're going to be seeing of any relativistic jets from that galaxy, but at least we'll take a shot of it. We'll see what comes up, what we can see. But for now, let's have a quick check on Discord there. Take a look at that image. Alright, for those of you who are just coming in. Welcome into the stream. I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and tonight we are imaging. You can see down there is our scope. We're taking live images of outer space, and currently we are working on a galaxy that is 53 million light years away. Elixir! How you doing, dude? Good to see you in here. How are you tonight? Some guy does with a planetary camera. All right, let's switch over to the internet view. You're exhausted, eh? What's up? How was your weekend been going so far? How is the one half of your weekend? That was done with a planetary camera. That's pretty cool. So that is that's NGC 3521. Okay. Black Ops Cold War realism difficulty took me 13 hours to complete. That's all the game takes to complete? I remember when we played. Okay, you're showing some. Back in my day, if a video game wasn't 40 hours to complete, was it even worth playing? Unless that was the first level, then yeah, 13 hours might be pretty difficult to finish off there. No, on the hardest difficulty. All right. But yeah, that is a pretty cool. That's with a planetary camera. That's pretty cool. Planetary cameras are small. Like you want those sensors to be really tiny and super fast, and being able to process the data to capture the video images, and yeah, to use it for a little bit of a different purpose, to capture a galaxy, is a pretty good example of patience being used to capture that there. Planetary cameras aren't cooled. You can see I can see a little bit of walking noise, those kind of diagonal streaks, and that's just from as that noise builds up in an even amount of a pattern. So that's the problem with when you don't have guiding or dithering, you're going to get that walking noise. But I mean, for a planetary camera capturing a galaxy, that's pretty cool. You have free dithering. Fair enough. So realism is the hardest mode, harder than veteran. One bullet. Well, that sounds fairly realistic then. Pico Nico, how you doing? Good to see you in here tonight. Another sleepless night. Well, here, stick around with us for a while. We got a few hours, hopefully, of some clear skies. So we'll look at some galaxies, and we can see down there. You can see down. We have our image. I did the 30 seconds already. I saved it. I'll show you. This one is done down there. Nothing but clouds here. I looked at my map. I looked at the cloud map earlier tonight at about 8 o'clock, and honestly, there was a giant clump of cloud over my town. That was it. The rest of England was clear. It was just so frustrating. Need something to be on for a while. When or if I clean. Well, stick around with us. We're happy to have you in here. Whether or not you do some cleaning, or whether you just kind of chill and just listen to the sounds of space, we're happy to have you in here. Just thought I had 30 or more seconds to do. No, it's that is complete. What to use for cloud forecasting? I use Clear Outside. I also use an app on the phone called Night Shift, and I also check out my local weather on the Met Office. They have a cloud forecast radar that goes on there. Also, Night Shift does have an infrared view as well, so I kind of compare all three, and sometimes they all match up and we have some great weather. Other times there's conflicting information between all three of them, and I really just have to chance it and see what we have in store. And tonight was all over the place. It really wasn't up until this point that we had like some confirmation between all three that we were going to have some fairly fair skies to look at there. So enough of me rambling on. Let's have a look at this galaxy. That's another thing we notice, is that these stars are much brighter with the broadband filter. Yeah, no worries. That's like I said before. Those I tried to use more than one app because I've been disappointed on both ends of the spectrum, looking at the forecast and thinking, oh, it's going to be cloudy. I'll do something else. I'll pack it in for the night, and then I poke my head out, and all of a sudden it's just clear skies, as clear as can be, and it should have been cloudy. That's not too bad. That is, See, with galaxies as well, you're going to need a lot more integration time to... These are much farther away than any nebulae that we have shot in our galaxy. So, yeah, the light gathering capabilities are, for a galaxy, it's definitely... It's any object, really. It's going to be beneficial to have much more integration time. This is 10 minutes on a galaxy, and I mean, for the most part, we're already starting to see some details in there. And that was NGC 2841. Just get our information on that there. Do a little bit of a histogram stretch on that. That's not too bad. We're seeing some details. We're seeing some nice even details in the spiral arms on there, which is pretty cool. Watkins 2020, do we exist in a multiverse or is there a parallel universe? It's a question that it'd be interesting to know the answer to. I mean, at one point we thought we were the only planet and star in the galaxy, or in existence, and then we figured there was a little more stars. We figured we were the only galaxy in existence, and then there's more galaxies. So, you know, who knows? Is there maybe not even so much a parallel universe, but just another universe beyond our line of sight? You know, same way as like two ships on the ocean. They're both there, but they can't see each other. They're just beyond their field of view. So who knows how it could? I don't know if it's so much of a parallel universe, you know, running alongside each other, but yeah, it's just what could be more on either side or any direction beyond our line of sight. Maybe dark matter is unknown energy. Well, they know, scientists know what dark matter is, just a matter of detecting it. Or they know how to measure it. But yeah, it's I think there's a lot of experiments going in the right direction to try and get an answer. I know it seems like everything kind of moves slow, and yeah, to be able to check things out and get some kind of confirmation about what the universe is comprised of, what's that missing matter, or that the gravity. Could be dead stars, could be planets. We just can't see it. That's the only thing. It doesn't interact with the electromagnetic spectrum. So yeah, this is the NGC 2841. Now, it's also really cool about this image, and we're starting to see it in here, and it could probably do with some integration time. And it's that we have our points of light, we have our stars in here, but there's also these little faint fuzzies that are over here, and those are more galaxies. Some say collapsed stars cause black holes, but that is what black holes are. They are the stars that instead of when they collapse under their own gravity, is that they don't You're not going to form a neutron star, but they are going to create this immense well of gravity, and that's what becomes the black hole. But perhaps there is more that's emanated from there. Excuse me a second. It is sufficiently warm in here now. But yes, so where were we on? We were on about black holes and dark matter. And hidden galaxies in here. So yes, we are on. This was our object of affection, the NGC 2841, which is 52 million light years away. But beside it, right beside it there is PGC 2387317. This little right here. That is another galaxy. 970 million light years away. This is what's cool about looking out towards interstellar space rather than within our own galaxy. I mean, there's beautiful things. There's tremendous looking objects within our own galaxy. But looking out and seeing other islands of stars, here we have a bunch more galaxies right here. There's no shortage of interesting things to see in here. You learn photons this semester, actually. All right, cool. What level of education are you in there, Watkins? So yeah, we have a group of galaxies over here that range from 390 million light years away to excuse me, I want to get this one right. And this one is that's a billion light years away. This one galaxy here. These don't have fancy, easy catalog names like some other This one is PGC 2381679. These ones roll right off the tongue, but this is a billion light years away. It has a physical diameter of 170,557 light years in diameter. So this is I'm looking forward to seeing a lot more objects in these images here. An undergrad at Columbia University. Awesome. That's cool. Gandalf Gunman. Lads. How you doing? How are you doing, Gandalf? Come on in. Welcome in. Physics and Aerospace Engineering. Awesome. So we have a future genius in chat. But good to see more people studying astrophysics, physics, astronomy, engineering. What are you looking to do career-wise with that? Decent. Cheers. No worries. Welcome in. For those of you who are new into the channel, how are you doing tonight? Oop. That's what we want to do. Hey, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and we have clear skies here in the east of England, and we are shooting galaxies tonight because everything else that is local to us is behind a tree or behind my neighbor's house. So we are looking out into interstellar space and having a look at some galaxies tonight. Looking way into the past. And we have our objects of affection dead center down here. But there's also peripheral targets outside of galaxies that are much farther away. We have Right, all yours. I'm sorry, I'm kind of everywhere at the moment. No worries, G4. No worries, dude. Are you still warming up for Beat Saber tonight, or are you relaxing until the 24-hour stream starting on Tuesday? So yeah, this galaxy in here is 380 million light years away. And there's going to be a lot of other images we're going to take tonight where we're going to capture a lot of these other galaxies. I think that is that's even a little cooler than what we're aiming to image here. Because seeing all these little faint fuzzies in an image, it's never just nothing. There's, we have our stars, we have our nice bright points of light, but at least we're seeing galaxies that are, I wonder how far away this one is. This one is 390 million light years away. So that's pretty cool. Justy Smith, how you doing? Welcome into the observatory. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Welcome in. Good to have you in here with us. We are currently looking at a galaxy that is 53 million light years away in the constellation of Ursa Major. But the really cool story is all these other little galaxies that are hundreds and hundreds of millions of light years away that we're just capturing this light that emitted long before the dinosaurs roamed the Earth. So that is pretty cool that we're seeing these areas. Any little point of light. I was hoping to have that heat extension installed on here so you guys could point things out if there was any questions, but it doesn't seem to be working at the moment. But yeah, any little smudge on here is an entire galaxy, much like this one, much like our own galaxy. All right, bedtime for me. Good night, chat. We'll catch the VOD tomorrow morning. No worries, Lux. Thank you very much for tuning in, though. I appreciate you coming in for a little bit. Whether you guys are here for a short time or a long time, I do appreciate it. Those of you who are just kind of lurking and just enjoying the images of space that are coming through, that's fine as well. You don't always have to chime in. Those who do like to chime in, that's fine. Always ask a question if there's anything that kind of pops into your head. I've been doing astrophotography for just over 4 years now, and always had an interest in astronomy, and I've been independently studying astronomy as well for the past 4.5 years. So, any opportunity I have to kind of brush up on my knowledge base and expand that from any questions I don't know the answer to, happy to do that. So what we will do right now is pick a new target. We're kind of pointed up towards the zenith right now, so everything, that atmospheric disturbance isn't going to really impact on our images right now. So we'll try and find some. There are some large galaxies in the area, and we will be getting over to the Pinwheel Galaxy when it is high enough high enough above the roofline, so I can actually get some images of it. While we're waiting for that to come up, there are a couple other targets we can go after. And again, some of the galaxies might look really nice on here, but at the same time, some of them might not look that great. And that's just due in part to galaxies are far away. They're dim. They can largely go undetected sometimes, unless you're actually shooting at a certain brightness level. And it looks like we do have one of the two targets that I really wanted to shoot tonight is available to me, and that is a couple of galaxies in the constellation of Coma Berenices. That is this area of the night sky here. This move, I have to update my move tool as well. That is not responding to the way it should. Anyway, we are looking towards the constellation of Coma Berenices. This is Stellarium that we are using. I figured this little section, this little area right here, was going to be very interesting to look at. So this red reticle is the roughly the view that we're going to be able to see through the telescope and our camera sensor. So that is there's about just under 1,000 millimeters in focal length, and the sensor that I have is a square sensor on the camera. Traditionally, a lot of the cameras are going to have more of that, that wide 4x3 or full frame sensor on there. But I have it's a little small. It's a 1-inch diagonal. I got a space question for you. What is the fuzzy cluster of stars that you can kind of see by the Little Dipper? This one here? Like you can see it with your naked eye when it's a clear night. There is this open cluster. Is it kind of near Polaris, or is it like how far from the Little Dipper is this one? Like, is it closer to the handle, or is it closer to the ladle part there? You can kind of hear my music. It's kind of weird. See, this is where that heat map would come in handy. I can see you guys pointing at it. So in the meantime, let me get over to our next target. One second, I'm gonna go outside and look. All right, no worries. Of course you always have clear skies. Tell you, I'm gonna end up moving in with you. You seem to have more clear nights than I seem to have. Imagine seeing the Little Dipper in the first place. Aww. Well, hey, for the longest time, I thought the Orion constellation was just 5 stars. I never was aware of everything else that was surrounding it. So yeah, let's make sure we save that down. To take a screenshot, so we always have some reference for later, so we can always look back at some other images there. But we're going to move over to NGC 4899 and NGC 4872, and there are quite a few galaxies in this image. So what I'm going to do is we'll go over that first. And then we will, I'll probably have to frame it up just a little bit there, just to make sure that I have the 2 galaxies just opposite center. So, put in our target, which is going to be NGC 4872. Now this is a Raspberry Pi controlled system that I'm using, which is traditionally used with a tablet. However, what I am using it with is my laptop, and I am using it through the... Oh, there goes the internet. A little bit of buffering there. Is the program BlueStacks, which is an Android emulator, so I can easily control this instead of with my laptop rather than using a tablet, which is hard to mirror and display on a computer screen. So yeah, let's move over to this target here. I had clear skies last night. It was -2 degrees and 65% mun. Tried some wide field DSLR on the Orion constellation. Kind of afraid that the moon washed out any nebulosity, and I would have grabbed. So I don't know if I need to stack them first. All right. Well, hey, it's hopefully everything is gonna look all right there. It's just trying to get anything faint with the moon just pouring down into the scope it's annoying. Alright, let's head on over to our next target there, which should be just far enough above the roof line. Where are you pointing? It's right out to the east. Alright, let's see if we have that on target there. Alright. Actually, before we get guiding, let's take a quick shot and see if I have it where I want it to be. Yeah, I had, well, the other week we had like 5 minutes on the Orion constellation, so that was trying to get as much time with that as possible. It was very, very, very minimal, but at least I was happy with the few little images that we did get out of there, and I will try to stack those ones I did take. Just I did a little HDR toning on there to try to get some detail coming through there. All right, let me see. This is going to be a little difficult to frame up. Because I am trying to nail some galaxies in there, but also figure out where the heck these stars are. This is gonna be a bit of a tough one. Actually, I'll stick with this framing because he sent me a trash pic of the moon. It's too bright, can't focus. All right, hang on, I'll check that out in just 1 second. Let me get this image going. We shall do a little longer of an exposure to see if we can start to see any kind of fuzzies showing through there. Alright, you work. Why are you working? There's a flashy star out there, flickering red and green, and it's super bright. That sounds like it might be Sirius. Are you looking towards the kind of the south? Is it just a little past Orion, or just ahead of our behind Orion constellation? So that would sound like it would be towards the east. A good chance that it might be Sirius then. Alright. Guiding. Be well. But yeah, super crystal sky. You and your clear skies. How dare you? Alright, let's see how this is framed up. I never shot this area before, so kind of look at the star patterns is not as reliable. Alright, let's see. It's not too bad. You're catching it from all angles there, G4. You start bragging on about your clear skies. Alright, we can already see in here some faint fuzzy. We have our stars, our nice bright points of light, but there is more. There's more that we're seeing in here. And actually, I think overall. Okay, I know where exactly I want to frame this up now, so that's fine. That's good. That's good. 30 seconds and we're already seeing some faint fuzzies. That's really cool. So it looks like the finished shot is going to be promising. We'll see how how it goes. And now you're holding on the solving. Cancel that. Let's do 5 seconds in. So we move up a little bit. Perfect. Alright. Guiding is on a star that keeps falling out of favor for me, so let's refresh that. Let's pick another star. Who knows if I'm even trying to guide on a bright galaxy. Doubt it, but this Scottish weather, but it's always beautiful. It's always beautiful at night. Fair enough. Alright, let's, because this shot is it's gonna be very cool. There's lots of dim objects. I'm gonna go for, let's see how our guiding is going. Clear that. How decent are you going to be there guiding? Should be alright. Let's go for the, full time on that one there. The only star you need to pick is your... what do you want? What do you want? You want, I can give you one of these. You do one of those. You do a... You got any sweets? I have some M&Ms. Got some peanut M&Ms if you like. No Jaffa cakes though. Sorry, didn't order those. Didn't make it onto the list. Hey, Watkins, did I miss your follow on there? If I did, I do apologize. Just noticed that was on there. I can't hear anything at the moment. I should. I should be able to hear everything, but I'm not even getting those alerts. But hey, thank you very much for joining the observatory. If I said it, I do apologize. If not, welcome. Welcome. Thank you very much for the follow. Oof, no, keep them. You want crispy M&Ms. I haven't had crispy M&Ms in a while. I think there's that little bit of crunch with the crispy M&Ms, but it's not a peanut. I like peanut butter things. If it's some kind of sweet treat that has that little bit of savoriness from the peanut, then that's what I want. That's my jam. But yeah, peanut M&Ms are the superior M&M. I really think they are. Oh, I also have to stretch a bit. Let's get comfortable because we got clear skies. That's what we want. We want to be able to look up at the night sky and see some really cool objects. And this image that's coming through, if everything works out well, if everything is going to do what I want it to, it's going to be a really, really cool image to see coming through there. So, I mean, like just the quick look in Stellarium of this area of the night sky. Look at my sun moon. Yes, sorry. As soon as I went back to Stellarium thinking, oh yeah, the moon. No, I'm wondering, okay, there we go. That, sir, is a cat. Oh, right. I can see the moon. All I can see is your moon and light pollution. That's why I said it's bright AF, because the clear skies. You and your clear skies. That's it. I can show you the moon, shining, shimmering, splendid. Picture of the night. G4's moon. Moon. More moons. I have a moon too. Hooray for moons. Orion's belt picture is pretty good from a phone. Phones can still take really good images of the night sky. I don't know why some people like to knock them because clear sky. Fine, you and your clear skies can have them. If you always have clear skies, then really, how special is it then when you have clear skies? Is it just me or holding the phone when you have long exposure is the problem? How old am I? I don't know, going on 17? Holding the phone when you're doing long exposure, that's the problem. Yes, so you gotta... I have a little phone clip and a tiny little grippy stand that I just kind of lean the phone up against, and I'll do you can set a timer, do like a 5-second delay, and then that way it gives time for everything to settle down. And then it takes a shot, and or lean it up against a book or a rock or something like that. Gornsey, how you doing? So clear here, just a phone and no scope is good. That's alright. That's good. Like I said, as long as you got some clear skies and, your phone, if you can do any kind of long exposure, even if it's like 10 seconds with a phone, that's still going to be better than your eyes are going to see. I missed a piece of my mustache. It's trying to get into my mouth. I don't like it. Not gonna buy a stand for your crappy ass phone. I mean, you say crappy ass phones, but the phones today, from what I started off with, which had no camera on it, and I could play Snake on the phone. That was about it. That was the only game you had. What do you look like, clean shaven, like a toddler? That's what I look like, clean shaven. You see those memes where everybody, they lather up and they shave their beard off, and they wipe it down, and they, that's me. That whole meme was inspired by me. That's why I leave the beard on. I wish they had that old Snake still. I've seen some apps try to recreate the magic, but it's not the same. It's not the same as with with a touchscreen phone. You need those buttons. You need to fiddle around with all that there. I'm sure I've got we're just halfway through that image there. Guiding is looking okay. Guiding is looking alright there. It's not too bad. Yeah, I think it is the Nokia magic for those old phones. You drop them and it does more damage to the pavement than it does to the phone. What about the original walkie-talkie cell phones? We had that extra battery pack, and they were like, the whole phone was like this big. Hello? Hello, can you still hear me? Hello, I'm going through a tunnel. Hello? Shoot, battery died. The pride of Finland. Yes. So yeah, we are waiting for our image to come through. Let's see, how much longer of clear skies do we have? Last I checked, it's probably going to be until about maybe 3 in the morning for me, which is not too bad. That's enough time to get some really cool shots tonight, get some interesting areas of the night sky. So yeah, it looks like we're in good form for tonight so far. Yeah, I want to also try. I'm also low key trying to figure out why my audio isn't coming through here when it should be. No, that's not what I want to do. Alright, let me try this. So trying to use voice meter? Not really. I've stepped away from voice meter already because Andy Lippy put out a video of Exeldro added a audio monitor to OBS. I was kind of trying that out because it seemed to work a little better for me. I'm trying to route it through my monitor to get those sounds coming through, but it seemed as soon as I started streaming, everything just went to pot. So you guys can hear, which is good, but there are some audio cues I do want to have an ear out for, because I missed when Watkins 2020 followed. And I feel bad for that because that was like 16 minutes had gone by before I noticed it. And it's right there for me. I just didn't pick up on it. You know? It's, I don't have a cool sub printer like Nutty does. What's your default output set to? Hang on, let me see if I can check this out here. Alright, I can hear my audio now, but I was hearing it before. That's not the whole point of things. Filter. I'm just wondering, did something disappear on me? Ruh-roh. Okay, if the stream goes, I will be right back. No, still there. Still good. Right. Let's try this again. Okay. I wonder if it was just on a seam. Oh, the Orn board crashed. I wonder if there's issues with things here. Right. Let's see, it should be working. Let me give you a free channel point redeem.
Let's give him a warm welcome because his whole career depends on this next important message. Well, I've been...
Okay, I can hear that. All right. We're back on track here. As long as you guys heard that as well. You want issues? I'll trade your simple setup compared to mine. This setup to me does not seem very simple. There's so many working parts in here, and there's probably a lot more that you have if you're doing VR as well. So that's got to be that much more of a headache. Alright, I'm just wondering why. Because I thought with some things I did adjust my volume. I don't know. I feel like I was missing like a key piece of tech to be able to make a monitor. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. Hey, Pops, how you doing? How you doing, old balls? Sending you private messages on Discord that I feel like you need to know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that I've glazed over when I got everything all set up, and I've just been kind of running with that setup for the most part. And I am hoping that in the next few weeks I will have a whole overhaul with things and almost kind of starting from scratch with my setup and making sure that I'm not just Mickey Mousing and MacGyvering little bits and pieces all over the place here. Still can't get over that name. The Old Balls. Well, funny enough, that is his one of his nicknames that kind of rolls around there. Alright, oh, see on Discord. Alright, no worries. I mean, it's hard to find a bit of a unique name on Twitch. So we have 30 seconds left in our image there. So let's bring that up. That is a boatload of galaxies coming your way. Oh, I see. Right. What was that from? That's from 2018. Interesting. I'll check into that a little farther once the stream is complete. Right. Yeah. All right. We'll pick a new mic check. All right. Onto space for a moment. Almost every point of light we're looking at. Actually, it's easier to count the stars in this image than there are galaxies. This is a star. This is a star. That is a star. That's a star. That's a star. That's a star. There's two more stars. There's two more stars. There's one more star. Two more there. And the rest are galaxies. The rest of these are galaxies that we're looking at. This main one up here is it was the first target that we looked at there, and that is 320 million light years away. That one galaxy, a physical diameter of 211,895 light years in diameter. The galaxy next to it there, which is the next largest one in view, is as well 330 million light years away. And again with another diameter of 330,000 light years. These are two massive galaxies in this cluster. And like I said, every other little point of light, every smudge is another galaxy in this image. We're in the constellation of Coma Berenices. She was an Egyptian queen of antiquity, which the constellation was named after, but we're looking out towards the area of the Virgo supercluster, where there are hundreds of thousands of galaxies in this one area of the night sky. We are part of the Virgo supercluster. We're a little bit farther away from these galaxies there. Like I said, us and the Andromeda Galaxy and the Triangulum Galaxy, the three of us are gravitationally bound. And the rest of everyone else is kind of rolling around in the universe. But just that's what I love about this image, and that's why I did pick to do to look at these targets with the broadband filter. Because if I was looking at this area of the night sky with a narrowband filter, we wouldn't be able to see as much detail. Now, there's also the vignetting on here isn't is a bit of an issue because the sensor was kind of designed for the filter was designed for a clip filter for the camera, so it is like right up against the sensor. Here, I know I'm working with a small 1-inch sensor, but there's still some vignetting. You need to put your $15,000 lens on. Yes, we need to get that one. We need to get that lens sorted out. But yeah, I mean, we could sit here for the rest of the night counting all these galaxies and not cataloging, but just getting more information on these. And let's see, we also have, it's just outside of the shot. There's a planetary nebula just outside of this image there. But what are some of the distances of these objects? Look like most of them are going to be in about that about 430 million light years away for this galaxy here. And let's see. That galaxy is about 340 million light years away. So these are all kind of in that same area of the night sky. So not in the night sky, but also in in the universe, in that lattice of galaxies that are, largely kind of bound in this much larger gravitational system of these islands. Another spacey question: have you ever taken a picture of something that you felt like you discovered before anyone else, to find it and find out it had already been found? No. However, I did have an image that I thought was going to be one of those that would end up in the NASA astronomy picture of the day. And then once I kind of finished processing it, I'm thinking, no, this is not yet. I'm not there yet for APOD quality material. And yeah, for as far as finding something, no, I think there was a quick second when I was doing stuff with my mobile phone, taking images, where I thought there was something that was moving, but it was really just a hot pixel that was just kind of stacked along the imaging. As I stacked up the image, that one pixel was kind of staggered along there, so it was. I thought it might have been a meteor, but just it was not. So yeah, I guess that was it. I thought that maybe a hot pixel was a meteor in one of my earlier images, but with a mobile phone, I wasn't even capturing anything like that. What I would like to, I guess, even purposely, but even accidentally, just at a time, is capturing a supernova within a galaxy. And there's really no way to pinpoint when one is going to go off, but there are programs that are designed for other people who have fixed observatories to check out any possible supernovas, and that is with the oh, yes, thank you. The Assassin program. God, why was that name? It's the coolest name, and it's escaping. It was escaping me there. So yeah, that is the program that is used to locate any potential asteroids and any supernovas, and just I've hit a button and the program is opening. My angry testicle has joined. My goodness, I didn't know that it was that it was perturbed with me. Didn't know that that lefty and righty were having a fight. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. How you doing tonight? The names that kind of crop up on Twitch. Welcome into the observatory. Welcome in. We are currently looking at a collection of galaxies in the constellation of Coma Berenices. Many of these are ranging from about 300 to 450 million light years away. And we have very few stars in this image, and it is overpopulated by galaxies. I think this is one of the cooler images that we've kind of come up with on here. And usually, taking an image of a galaxy, you're going to get one or two in the shot there. But this area of the night sky is just absolutely jam-packed with so many galaxies. And there will be another area we'll be moving over to very, very shortly. If not almost immediately. No, we have a little bit of time. In a wide field shot, that region has about 10,000 galaxies. Yes, there's no short. If I had a much wider field of view, then we obviously would be seeing a lot more. There'd be smaller points of light, but I figured at this focal length, we're going to be able to get more than a handful of galaxies in the shot here. And it's really anything that's kind of giving off a bit of a diffraction spike is a star. Anything that is nice and completely round is a star in this image, but there are very few stars in this image, which is absolutely incredible. Let's see if we got any, and do we have any farther reaching galaxies? Just kind of trying to pick on some of the ones that look a little more dim. And it looks like, for the most part, a lot of these are about 330 million light years away, so they are kind of in and about the same area there. Yeah. And, with a little more research on this area, if there is any more distant galaxies, then we'll find those, and I will let you know. Of any other interesting shots in there, or any other interesting targets. In a mosaic with your current focal length and a field of view, you'll get a better resolution than I will, unless I move to a mono rather quickly, but not happening. I would imagine, I think that looking at this filter is, I like the filter. It worked great with the camera, but noticing this large amount of vignetting, and that is because there's this like big swath of tape that covers most of the sensor on there, and it is like a bit of a smaller aperture on this filter. So while it is, it works better when it's like butted up against the sensor. I think this is kind of a little. It's an adapter that I had, a 2-inch filter adapter that I put on here. It's doing the job. I think it'd be fine if we were doing more exposures, and then we can kind of get rid of that the vignetting with working on some flats. But at the same time, we're getting the images that we want. Although I do have a broadband filter in mind, which I will actively look to pick up ahead of a hydrogen alpha filter, because right now a lot of those HA targets are just out of my reach. And if I'm going to do any kind of HA or luminance imaging, I'll just use that narrowband filter for now. But I think we're looking at probably the which one is it? It was the from it was the L Pro Max. Seemed like it had some good results as a broadband light pollution filter. But if there are any other broadband filters that you guys are using, let me know that you've had some better success with, or you prefer. Always interested to hear what you guys are using for any way of combating light pollution. Monofilters went up in price. How much have they gone up in price? How much have things changed? Madam Spellman. Sabrina Spellman? Do we have the Teenage Witch here with us? How are you doing tonight? Welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. We are currently looking at a gigantic cluster of galaxies. And hey, so adorable. Hey, Pookie. How are you doing? We have clear skies. The clouds parted. You can stop laughing at my misfortune now. Do you have a nice hot cup of tea with you right now? It will not surprise you that my coffee is cold. You would never laugh. Yeah, you would. You always laugh. Oh, broke it. $665 for a 36mm 5nm filter. Holy potatoes! All right, that's a little expensive. You do, as always. No, I'm not surprised that your coffee is cold. No, it started off hot. I swear, it wasn't just brewing in cold milk and water. I will mess up your name. Gaylars Decat. I call you Lars. How you doing? Good evening to you. We have clear skies. This is so good. I'm excited about this, and if I'm, I do feel I was honestly feeling down. That went pretty well. All right. Feeling down because the cloud. It looked like the clouds were conspiring against me. The forecast was originally calling for 9 hours of clear skies. Went down to about 2. It expanded back up to about 4. So I figure we have about another couple hours worth of clear skies to be imaging with. So happy that the clouds parted. It's Dutch for Puss in Boots. Oh, cool. You can also say Lars. We'll stick with Lars. How are you doing tonight? Glad to have you in here with us. We are currently looking at me clicking the settings on OBS and just waiting for that to open up there. There we go. Cancel that. These buttons need to be better spaced out. Anyway. Good, enjoying a nice beer. Oh, cool. I have a nice cold coffee. We are currently looking up at the night sky. Hey, Ma. How are you doing? Lars, thank you very much for joining the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. We are observing the night sky. We are taking live images, sharing them with you as quickly as possible. And right now, our latest image, our latest offering from this telescope, it is this collection of galaxies in the constellation of Coma Berenices, where there are more galaxies than stars in this image, which I think is absolutely incredible. $4,600 US for an 11 position 36mm filter wheel. Man, that is quite a chunk of change for that there. I was looking at a 5 position 2-inch filter wheel, and that's kind of in the price range of what we want to be getting for the kind of the next upgrade to the imaging system, so that we can do, we look at our narrowband images, we can have an NHA filter in there, but also the broadband filter, so that we can quickly jump to a galaxy, over to an emission nebula, over to a reflection nebula, and get some cool images without having to faff about with all the different filters. That's cool, nice and warm inside, remote control telescope outside. Cool. I think that statement is not entirely true. Which one? I was saying a lot in that moment there. As I said, it's not happening right now. Then add on roughly $2,500 for the new mono camera. Astrophotography is a game of patience. Not only waiting for the clouds to part, but also just letting the coffers refill as well, and being able to get some new equipment in there. But yeah, the main object of affection were these two galaxies. I'm not using my pointer. Were these two galaxies, NGC 4872 and NGC 4889. But just peppering around there is hundreds of other galaxies in this section. We're at 1,000 millimeters in focal length, so there are tons more galaxies on the other side that we are missing from this image there. Hey, internet, come on back. Monochrome is literally past the event horizon on the astrophotography, on the AP black hole scale. Hey, Angry Not You telescope specs. This is a 8-inch Ritchie Chrétien telescope, where we have your primary mirror at the front, secondary mirror at the... primary mirror at the rear, secondary at the front. It all goes back into this ZWO ASI 533 astronomy dedicated camera. Also, we do have... where are my commands here? That would be under kit, I believe. There we go. That is a quick little rundown of the equipment that we are using, except for the tri-band filter. Tonight we are using a city light suppression filter. This one is from the company Astronomic, and it was originally designed as a clip filter for my DSLR that I'm using, but it has now been adapted for a 2-inch filter drawer, so we can actually slide that in and out, and yeah, with relative ease. Instead of taking apart the whole imaging train, we just slide out a little drawer, change the filter that way, and we're off to the races. All those galaxies consist of stars. Alright, yes. Not sure what the English translation for Opus and Vermogen is. Don't know. I don't know what the how that would break down either. Would be a waste of money for me, sadly. Too much light pollution here in the Netherlands, and as of today, curfew from 9 p.m. That's tough. I mean, we are also in national lockdown here in the east of England as well, so it's, you know, it's a tough go for everybody at the moment. Light pollution can be combated by using narrowband filters. The filter I'm using right now, it's a broadband filter, and it's just kind of cutting out those emission lines of a lot of the street lights that are going to be causing any problems. I have a lot more LED lights being installed in my town, so it's a little more difficult to get some images coming through there. But you know, at least what we're cutting out the major portion of all the light pollution there. But at least then this is shooting for shooting galaxies. A broadband filter is a little better, at the sacrifice of kind of having a little more impact on the street lights. But when we are using narrowband filters, we're able to pick out some more interesting shots of the night sky, more interesting targets, and kind of focusing on emission nebulae. So if we are looking at, say, the Horsehead Nebula with a narrowband, our narrowband filter, we're able to get the separation and views of the hydrogen alpha wavelengths and capture that shadow of the Horsehead. Whereas if I was using this filter, it would be largely this reflection nebula down here would look all right, but it just wouldn't be as contrasty with this that image there. Sterinasso. I don't know if it's trying to make me say something funny or not, but hey, welcome in. Thank you very much for joining in the observatory. Appreciate you coming in here. And I know a guy in the Netherlands. The images. I know a guy in the Netherlands that images. He has a class 4 skies and they're pretty dark. Let me bring up an image of the visible spectrum. Hello images, where'd you go? Oh, of course they went off. You know, it's always funny. I saw these images on my computer earlier. I think, okay, remember where they are, and then move them over to the folder where you have to put them. No, didn't do that. Did not do that. Alright, I'll pull up an image in a second. What focal length would you need for the Horsehead Nebula? For the Horsehead Nebula, you can be at about, for a nice frame up with that and the Flame Nebula, at about 450 millimeters would be nice. This is at 980 millimeters. So that is a reflection nebula down there in the lower left. And this ring that you're seeing, that is from Alnitak. It's Zeta Orionis. That star is very, very bright, and it is a challenge to get that image out, or get that brightness away from your target there. So it's just out of frame, but it is still impacting the image train. You can see the arms for the secondary mirror. So it is a bit of a pain. I would almost rather that this be a little tighter in focal length, trying to eliminate some of that light coming through, or wide enough to include Alnitak in the image. So as far as filters go for one-shot colors, an IDIS NB1, Optilong L Enhance, the L Extreme. If you have deep pockets of 1,000 pounds, the Radian Triad Ultra. If you want more of a broadband, the IDIS P2, they make one that works with LED's D2 model, or Optilong L Pro. I think it's probably something more along the lines of the Optilong L Pro that I'd be looking at. Yes, so the narrowband filter that I'm using is a tri-band filter. And let me bring up an image of the visible spectrum. Let me bring up a big picture of the visible spectrum. All right, so right. The filter that we're using, that we usually use, this is kind of going in the Roy G. Biv direction of things, is only picking up the light in kind of this area, the 656 nanometer range. That's for the hydrogen alpha wavelength. And then the rest of the narrowband imaging comes down in this end of the spectrum with oxygen with O3 and hydrogen beta. And kind of cuts out everything in between. So a lot of the interesting areas of emission from emission nebulae are in the hydrogen alpha wavelength, and it just cuts out everything else. So you are getting some of those detailed pictures of, say, like the Horsehead Nebula. So the filter that I'm using tonight kind of cuts out the middle, but also includes a lot more of the spectrum, so it kind of it eliminates the UV and the IR, but it kind of gets a wider swath and cuts. Still, that middle area is where a lot of the the orange yellow, the low pressure sodium lamps that you have in a lot of towns. It cuts a lot of that light pollution out, and then back into the around the S2 and the hydrogen alpha for those wavelengths there. So it's a much broader spectrum of light that we're letting through there. It does with LED lights, you're getting more. Overall, there's still going to be a lot more light pollution coming in from those, but for the most part, it does cut out a lot of the city lights that are going to impact your image there. So at least you're kind of getting just the important wavelengths of light from outer space with that with the broadband filter. But yeah, the narrowband filter is just a tiny little sliver on almost either end of the visible spectrum to get those important areas in your shot there. I do have an image on my Instagram comparing a galaxy shot with the broadband and the narrowband filter there, so you can see exactly what is the difference between shooting in narrowband and broadband. Yeah, personal experience with the IDIS filters. Paul has experience with OPT's filters, except the Triad, but the Triad is a 4 nanometer HA03 and S2 filter. It's a 4 to 5 nanometer, so yeah. And I've seen a lot of the pictures that have come out with the Triad filter. They look great, and I believe that is pretty darn good value for the price point there that you get with the performance of that of the product. But yeah, at the same time, that is quite a big chunk of change to be shelling out for that. Ziada space, yes, and we have a lot of it tonight. How are you doing? Good to see you in here. I made the mistake of shooting the Leo triplet only in narrowband. I don't like it. Is there a lot of there isn't like a lot of nebulosity to catch in there, is there? Semi-larking, but wanted to drop in and say, hey, how you doing? All right, we have more images to look at here. But this was our previous image that we have shot of multiple galaxies in one image. More galaxies than there are stars in our... Okay. No, hang on, I'm wording it wrong. The little points of light, the tiny points of light that we see on this image, are stars in our galaxy. Every other little smudge is another galaxy between 300 and 450 million light years away. And this is just a tiny, tiny portion of the night sky that we're looking at there, but as surrounding this whole area are tens of thousands of more galaxies that we could potentially capture if we had a wider field of view, or if we wanted to be a little adventurous and try and build a giant mosaic of this area of the night sky. I think with the right software, the right programming, and the right amount of time, we can get a pretty interesting view. But we just don't have consistently clear skies, even forecast right now in the UK. Even tonight was a bit of a crapshoot. I mean, it's 1 in the morning right now, and we're just probably maybe halfway through what is going to be like the only forecasted clear night for quite a while. I mean, there's a fair amount of HA and O3 in the galaxies, but you lose the broadband contrast. That's true. Even just looking at just how these stars are kind of coming out. If I shot the same area of the night sky previously with the narrowband filter, then a lot of this it would just totally get lost in the image there. It just wouldn't even come through. So let me pick our new target, which is going to be M87. The longest lens I've got is the Nikon 200 to 500 millimeter f5.6. The photo I took about is with Comet Neowise on my Insta. Just followed you there too. Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Do you have with your images, do you have it on a star tracker, or is it just on a static tripod that you're shooting with? And right, target is M87. For wide field, I have the 14 to 24 millimeter f2.8. Excellent. All right, as soon as I get back over to Instagram there, I will check your Instagram out as well. Static tripod for the moment. That's all right. What do you intend to do? Or are you happy with the progress that you're making with this camera and tripod situation? That is, yes, totally fine. If people are happy doing that, it's a bit of a challenge, but if you can make it work, then why not, really? I started off with a telescope that was actually I started off with just the camera and tripod that I'm filming with right now, and quickly went over to using an Alt-Az mount that was about 1500 millimeters in focal length, and that was just I could maybe get 15-second exposures. That wasn't exactly the kind of exposure time that you need for capturing a lot of these images in space. And nor did I kind of have the patience, because what we do here is taking these images that are about usually 10 minutes in length, exposure length, and we're having a look at the image that comes out on the other end there, as opposed to kind of sitting there and taking multiple hours worth of exposures and eventually come to one image. We spend a few hours and getting a handful or maybe a few more images over the course of the night, depending on how long this clear skies last and how long it takes me to move on to the next target and shut up and pick another target. So I want to have a look at M87. This was the galaxy where the first image of a black hole emerged from back in 2019. DMD examples for later. Alright, cool. I will check that out in a second. I have kind of closed off Firefox for the most part while I am streaming, because that has caused a lot of headaches with slowdown, with things just kind of bringing my computer to a halt. So hopefully we'll be able to get that sorted out soon, but for now, just trying to take any kind of preemptive measures to make sure that everything runs a lot smoother. Yep, all good. First, I want to try to get better results with photo stacking. If I get that okay, then maybe a tracker in the future. A long time ago, I bought the little scope, the Meade ATX 70. That's all right. I mean, a 70mm scope is pretty good to be using for some imaging there. You get very, very short exposures, but I mean, it's a start to kind of get things rolling there. It works. I have a Star Adventurer that I used for a couple seasons, and then I've since moved on to the larger scope that we're using tonight, which is the black screen. Dang, is the Skywatcher EQ6R Pro. Pardon me. And say our 8-inch Ritchie-Chrétien telescope up on the top there. It has a tracker, but it's too small and unstable to mount to the camera. I mean, as long as if you have a fast lens, then even with a static tripod, you can start to get a little. If the light gathering power is a little more efficient than some other scopes or camera lenses that you used in the past, and that's not that much of a detriment to what you're setting up with there. But yeah, let's move over to our target, which should at this point be above the roof line. This is just a few degrees kind of south of Markarian's chain. And this galaxy, M87, also known as Virgo A. So it's a giant elliptical galaxy and the largest and brightest member of the Virgo Coma galaxy cluster. So we're going to move over to that right now. And basically anything that's kind of about 36 degrees above the horizon is fair game for me in the eastern area of the night sky, because then that way everything kind of clears my neighbor's roof, and yeah, we're able to get some cool images there, and that is good. That is dead center on there. I believe. Let's see how. Yeah, that is. I would say that is dead center enough for tonight. Oh, I could have done annotations on that previous image. You've changed my plans. AFK for a moment. All right, no worries. Interested to see what what we have done. We'll see you in a few. 500. We'll divide by 500 by the focal length, and that's your max exposure length. I can actually say it works. Tested last night with a static and a DSLR stock. Okay, I was with the third rock. Was explaining that I tried to push past the exposure time by 1 second, and stars started to trail. As I was trying to do some imaging with my 70 to 300 millimeter. Hey, Savvy! Savvy, thank you very much. 3 months. 3 months subscription. Thank you. Appreciate that. Nebula we're looking at tonight. Tonight is galaxies. We are on as many galaxies as possible. But thank you very much for the resubscription there. Appreciate that. How are you doing tonight? How are your skies? I'm trying to pick what's the best area in the UK that gets the most consistently clear skies. Maybe we'll make a move. I don't know. You'll soon be buying a 3D printer to start making telescope attachments. I've seen a lot of people do some crazy stuff with that, and there's some really interesting attachments that people have made up that have seemed to make life a lot easier, depending on what kind of equipment you're using. So I think there's a big benefit, and if it's something that you're tinkering with a lot of different pieces of equipment that just aren't out on the market there, if you can get that together, that's fantastic. Right, so we are on M87. We'll see what kind of detail we can get out of this, and there's enough of a write-up on here that I got plenty to talk about here of this galaxy. So let's get that exposure going. Actually make sure the guiding is alright. It's a little... Oh. We good? We good guiding? Alright. Away it goes. Away goes the exposure. This galaxy is 55 million light years away. This is also the galaxy that was the target of the first image of a black hole. So why not try to get a little bit of a in on the action for this galaxy ourselves? I think your skies are fairly clear this evening. That's alright. I think it widely looks like there's a fair amount of clear skies in the UK tonight. And it's a nice high pressure system, which will be followed up by more rain and clouds tomorrow, or even probably about 3-4 in the morning. So I'll be vigilant of what our skies are doing. But for now, I think they're doing exactly what we want them to do, and that is to remain nice and clear. So we got our image going of M87, and it's not the only galaxy that will be in this image as well. It's not as populated as the previous image that we had, which was absolutely chock full of galaxies. Guiding seems to be going all over the place, but that seems to possibly be a need for a bit of a rebalance, or even just picking a better star. Okay, this was our earlier shot of the night, with every little smudge in here being a galaxy. Another island unto itself with billions upon billions of stars. So yeah, for now we are on back. Plan to go to bed and when you finish this beer, but decide to get a new one. Well, thank you very much for sticking around with another brew. Appreciate that. Glad to have you with us. We are currently imaging. We're on M87. This is the galaxy that held the image of the black hole. Now we're not going to see any little bit of this black hole, but I'll be interested to see just how much detail we can get out of this image there. It's not, I mean, again, as always with galaxy imaging, you're going to need to do more than one exposure. You want to get as much imaging into as much image time on any target really, which you're looking at in space, to try and flush out that average out that signal to noise ratio and just get as much information as possible. So sometimes some of these images may seem a little unremarkable, and that is just because there's just not enough time to get a proper image together. And I was kind of hoping that if we had the 9 hours of clear skies that I was originally shown on my apps, which is not the case tonight, we would have done maybe a little more. We had taken a little more time to maybe do a quick stack of an image there, but the imaging time is limited, and like I said before, it's probably going to be maybe another couple hours, which is great. That's plenty of time to get some more images rolling through. And here's, I don't know if you guys were paying attention before, and I totally forgot to make note of this, is that at 1 a.m, the streetlights turn off. So, it's much darker out here. And in fact, I think what I actually might do is on the quick coffee break is I'm going to cover up this window so it's not shining out there. So at least then we can even reduce the amount of light that's kind of spilling out towards the imaging area, which as well could have a tiny bit of effect, because that is a white wall that can be reflecting up towards the scope. So I will remember to do that when I take a quick break. And when I do take a quick break, what I will be doing is running a 90-second ad, and that is just because my internet does cut out on my laptop, and if you guys need to refresh and then you're stuck, and if it'll do that several times, which is annoying, and I don't like that it does that. I've tried many times to get this sorted out, but at least if I run that 90-second advert, then if you guys have to refresh at that point at all, you won't get a commercial. You're right back into the stream. So that is just, and it's during a break. There's nothing happening on here at the moment. You'll see the scope in the screen there, but that's just in case if the internet cuts out, you guys come back in. You're not going to be stuck on an ad. In a way, I hope that it does encourage you guys to stick around while I work through some technical difficulties. So I will let you know when that's going to crop up. And we have just over 10 minutes to go on this exposure. We are going for a long exposure on galaxy images, because there is a lot of light to capture in these, and it's millions and millions of light years away. So these aren't going to be as bright and vibrant as as the Orion Nebula, which is just a few thousand light years. It's just over 1,000 light years away. And it is a much brighter object in the night sky, which it is in. Which is being cheeky and not showing up. There we go. The Orion Nebula is much more vibrant and majestic to look at than a galaxy, in certain galaxies. Andromeda Galaxy is wonderful to look at as well, because it is nice and big and bright and close to us. But yeah, the images of nebulae that come through here are absolutely incredible. So we try to get as much imaging time on these targets. is a bit of a difficult target for me to get, just because the way how my back garden is set up, and you don't get a lot of time with this. And really, unless the skies are clear at the beginning of the night, it's a target that's unfortunately out of view. If there was a tree in my back garden that was to suddenly disappear, then I would have pretty much all night with Orion. However, that's not the case. So we deal with it as best we can and try to capture as much of this nebula as possible. So the coffee is about due to be refilled, because we do have potentially at least another hour and a half or so of clear skies, and it's also 1:30 in the morning for me, as you can see up there. I am in the east of England, and yeah, when we have clear skies, they are nice clear skies. They are nice, and the seeing is really good. And we just had a bit of a storm kind of roll through, so we have this, usually after a storm you get that nice high pressure system that follows behind it, and that's when you get that nice stable atmosphere. So at least we're able to get some good seeing. The guiding can stay relatively dependent. Sometimes it'll go right off the rails. It's not too bad. We're still at some good numbers there, so it's all right. A little bit of movement, that's kind of expected. I think I do have to do a bit of a rebalance anyway. But other than that, that's not too bad. We will let this image roll through. An hour later here, it's not too bad. Glad you're sticking around with us there. I'm going to take a very quick break, and it is just to empty the coffee pot and refill the coffee pot, and make sure that we don't. I'm not going to fall asleep, but just to. I like coffee. That's really the main thing. So yes, let's roll over to the BRB. I will run a 90-second ad, which will be shorter than the time I'm going to be away, or even just as long. And so we will do that. I will be back very, very shortly, like 2 minutes, and we'll be good to go. We'll have our image of M87 as well, and hopefully we can see some really cool stuff. I'm hoping to see maybe some of the relativist jets that some people have captured there. I don't know how visible it's going to be, but we'll see. So yes, be back in like 2 minutes. If anybody pops in, let them know. Not exactly what I'm doing, because I'm going pee. So we'll be back with the image of a galaxy that is 55 million light years away. Be right back. Hello! Good to see you guys back in here. How are you? All refreshed. Got my fresh coffee. Ready to go for some more imaging. Welcome in, guys. I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And it is my pleasure to bring you live images of the night sky. Tonight, we are largely looking at galaxies. That was 4 minutes. That's not too bad. I had to faff about with the mirror there. The mirror. Wow. The window. And make sure that we have as much darkness out there. And try to cut back on any light pollution that could be impeding on the scope there. So yeah, we are just about, we have 1 minute to go on our image of M87. So that's our shot right down there of a galaxy 55 million light years away, where the image of the first black hole image came from. Where the first black hole image came from. And yeah, of course everything just runs a lot slower when Oh, internet, are you good? Right, so this being the aforementioned image of a black hole, which comes from the galaxy that we are currently looking to image. This image of the black hole was compiled from the Event Horizon Telescope, a series of telescopes all around the globe that were pointed at this one target. So this is the black hole at the center of this galaxy that we have finished imaging. At our focal length of 980 millimeters, with a telescope that is 8 inches in diameter, as opposed to a telescope that is about 8,000 miles in diameter. You know, I think it's not too bad. We'll do a little bit of adjustments on there, but that is M87. A giant elliptical galaxy, is the largest and brightest member of the Virgo-Coma galaxy cluster. It's famous for 2 peculiar and perhaps unique features. Hey! Hector, HSC. Hector, how you doing? Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you in here with us. How are you doing tonight? We got clouds? No, we are cloud-free tonight. We have, there was clouds leading up. I know usually our rainy day astronomy sessions start at about 8 o'clock Greenwich Mean Time, but I was really holding out for these clear skies. Great, how you doing? Good, you're doing good. This was a 16-minute exposure. We were going for the kind of the longest exposure possible for what we do with our telescope and Raspberry Pi controlled computer that we have outside, which is keeping me warm inside. It's not that I don't want to freeze my butt off for you guys, but if I can be a little warmer, have a hot cup of coffee, stay hot, then we're going to take advantage of that. But hey, if you guys don't have views of the night sky, be it from light pollution or just any location, maybe you're in an apartment building that looks at the wall of another apartment building, you just don't have the opportunity to look up at the night sky. This is what I want to do, is share this with you guys as much as possible, as often as possible. And in the case of tonight, when we had the skies clear up later, you know, at the a bit of a sacrifice of Betty by time, to be able to hang out with you guys is it's fun. I enjoy doing this. We've only been doing this for a few months now, and some of the images that we've seen come out the other end of the scope have been absolutely incredible. So this is M87, where we had that image of the black hole come from. Now if I can, let's see, dial back here. We're going to play with the settings a bit here because I can roughly see where that relativistic jet should be coming from. Now these two galaxies that are just up above here are 300 million light years away, and holy smokes. Alright. Okay, yes, obviously the big star of the show. I'll let that internet catch up there. Alright, the big star of the show is, yes, M87, this galaxy. However, we have this one galaxy that is 300 million light years away. But this galaxy, at the kind of in the superior position of these ones, is 1.3 billion light years away. It has a physical diameter of 325,240 light years. Massive, distant. This is what I love about capturing these images, is that it's not always just about the target that we're looking at. You know, it's come on back, internet, you can do it. I believe in you, internet. You're breaking my flow here, internet. Yes, this is about capturing these peripherals, these extra little smudges in the image, and we're seeing light that emanated from this galaxy before the age of the dinosaurs. This is 1.3 billion light years away, whereas this large galaxy in the center here is 55 million light years away. HC data. HC data. HC data, however you pronounce data. Welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. How are you doing tonight? We are currently looking at a galaxy 55 million light years away. This is the star of the show. This is the galaxy that holds the image, the black hole that we imaged back in 2019 with the Event Horizon telescope. Now what I'm going to do is adjust the histogram and try to see if we can get a image of the relativistic jets. So I think that would be that'd be cool to be able to see that in there. I don't know how much exposure time is exactly needed to catch something like that, but let's see if we have the time has gone into there. So, let's see. I probably want to go in the opposite direction of the histogram here. Yes. That's what we want. Because that galaxy is so bright. But what we want to be able to see, and we can kind of see it, and it's fuzzy, it's blurry, but it's this little bit right here. Maybe in a year or 200, we can take current photos using quantum entanglement. That would be incredibly beneficial. Just, yeah. So yes, this is a cool capture. This is obviously, I mean, it's a 16-minute exposure. Generally, you're going to be taking hours worth of exposures of a galaxy to try to get this, but we're playing with the histogram levels on here, and we're looking at the core of the galaxy, but we're also seeing this right here is a relativistic jet, and they are beams of ionized matter accelerated close to the speed of light. So that is, I mean, the Hubble Space Telescope has got a much better image of this jet. But they are very powerful jets of plasma with speeds close to the speed of light. So that is emitting from the black hole in the center of the galaxy. So that is the remnants, the burps, the excess power from the black hole that's spilling out. Let me get rid of all the extra stuff there. So it's that little brighter smudge within the smudge. And what's the... See if I can get the details of how long that jet expands for. Jets in evolution. M87's giant jet extends at least 5,000 light years from the nucleus and consists of a string of knots and clouds of gas ejected from the core in violent turbulence. The jet appears blue in short exposure color photos. Its light is strongly polarized and exhibits a continuous spectrum, typically of synchrotron radiation. So, for a small little color camera and a little 8-inch telescope in my back garden, to be able to capture a little bit of that radiation emitting from the galaxy, I think that is, again, this image is full of, image of the night kind of potential here, and not for everything that's incredibly detailed, but it's for everything that is, very, very faint and difficult to pick up in a single image there. And that's just a tiny little of what we can see. Let's get back in there a bit. See if we can dim things a little more. So you can see now we're getting into almost a little bit abstract, but this is the core of the galaxy. But then we're starting to see that there's there's a difference in color there. That is that jet of radiation expelling out from the black hole. Even just kind of even kind of sitting back and looking at the screen even if it's a smaller screen. Kind of seeing that there is really, really cool. And I know it's not as sensational looking as some other images that we've taken, but at the same time, it's we're running with a mini Hubble telescope. But I've never actually shot this galaxy before, nor have I had kind of the equipment that would actually allow me to get anything like this in such a short amount of time. So I'm really happy to be able to get this image there and share it with you guys tonight, because we are looking at part of a galaxy, an area of the night sky that basically the world turned its eye to be able to get a really amazing image of the center of this galaxy. So we are at 980 millimeters in focal length. Which we're zoomed incredibly close on this image, and we have adjusted the histogram enough to be able to make out what's around there. Adjusted our levels. enough to be able to separate a bit of the glare from all the galaxies in the shot there. Again, it's not as chock full of galaxies as our earlier image, but there are still quite a few galaxies in this image. You have NGC 4478, which is 55 million light years away as well. Kind of the brighter galaxies that you're going to see in these shots are generally going to be about the same distance from Earth, but the kind of the fainter ones, the fainter the dimmer smudgies. You know, like that one is. That one is not showing up in my. Is that showing up in here? But this one here. Those two. That one. Yes, this one is 90 million light years away. Zoom in on that one there. You know, so it's mind-blowing how many galaxies we're capturing in this image, how far away some of these galaxies are. Like the light coming from some of these galaxies are when the dinosaurs roamed the Earth. You know, so if you were to quickly jump over to this galaxy and look back at Earth with a powerful enough telescope and imaging equipment, then you would see the dinosaurs. Light. There's a video online of traveling from the sun at the speed of light, and you realize just how painfully slow the speed of light actually is astronomically. Knowing that the speed of light, looking at the moon, it's 1 light second away. The sun is 8 minutes away by traveling at the speed of light. But when you realize that Jupiter is 45 light minutes away, and when you're traveling at like 300,000 meters per second, it's you're going incredibly slow. The distances are much greater than you can really try to wrap your head around with. And I know we've kind of traveled around in Space Engine, and you pretty much have to travel like hundreds of times faster than the speed of light to make it towards any other meaningful area of the universe. So I think it's important to realize that, or try to grasp the concept of just how slow everything. How slow everything. Just how much space. How much space is in space. Space Engine really put it into perspective for me. Same thing as well for me. It's you don't get that star field movement until you're traveling at speeds that are pretty much physically impossible to be able to do. Outside of science fiction. So yeah, looking at this galaxy, 55 million light years away, which was the wrong window. We can't even zoom in anywhere close enough to be able to get any kind of meaningful view of the core of this galaxy. At least we're seeing that relativistic jet coming out from the black hole, and that black hole being that image that was shot back that was compiled in 2019. So that black hole is at the center of that galaxy down there. Right, I do believe at this time I should have access to. Let's quickly hop over to a globular cluster before we go over to the Pinwheel Galaxy. It's not often that we get an opportunity to go over to globular clusters at the moment. I think what we see as the universe is just a cell of a larger organism. You say that with a little cheeky emote at the end there, but what I've in terms of a universe or a multiverse, which was kind of asked earlier on tonight, is were we so cavalier to say that we were the only planet in the universe? Were we this was the sun the only star in the universe? Once we started discovering there were more stars, that all the points of light were stars within our galaxy, and then that we were actually in a galaxy. The Milky Way was more than just this cloud of a few of nebulosity. So it's, I guess, can we really say that we are the only, not so much the only universe, but like within our view of things? It's the same thing as comparing to two ships on the ocean. Is they're both there, but they're out of their own field of view. So as far as they're concerned, they're the only ship on the ocean, but yet they both exist out there. So yeah, maybe there's more beyond what we can view from the beyond, much farther beyond the observable universe. But let me save that screenshot. I will save that fits file. I really like to maybe somehow develop a macro to be able to just have that run after an exposure. And just make sure I save everything down so that we don't forget. So the image that we're looking at right now, just over to my left, your right. To my right, your left. My right, your left. Is that image of the black hole that was compiled back in 2019, which is at the heart of this galaxy, right at the center of our image. So I'm going to save that one down. Do our screenshot that way. With many, many other galaxies in the shot. Every little smudge is another island of billions of stars as well. Each little circular point of light is a star within our galaxy. So we're going to move over to Messier 3, which is a globular cluster. We rarely go over to them because shooting a globular cluster with a narrowband filter doesn't quite net you the splendor that a broadband filter should be able to offer us. We're going to head over there. I've tried to cut down on some of the light pollution as well. That's kind of spilling out from our kitchen studio. So at least there's really that light that we're kind of seeing on the wall here. That's pretty much going to be from the moon, which is out towards the west now at this point. Yeah, that's out towards the west. That's not going to impact our shots at this point now. It should be relatively unimportant. But, all right, there we go. Okay, a 5-second image on a globular cluster is ridiculously satisfying, and you don't need a lot of time on these to start to get some detail on there. So what I will do is I'll keep this exposure can be nice and short as well, just enough time to kind of build up that signal. We're not going to be blowing out any of the stars there. So we'll also let's get that centered as well. Why not? No, not you. We'll get you. You're a cute little star. Alright, we do not need 60 minutes on here. let's go with... Let's just do 2 minutes on this. Let's do 2 minutes on M3. We have imaged one of the farthest globular clusters, known as the Intergalactic Wanderer, and that takes about 330,000 years. Yeah, 330,000 years it was to make one full rotation around our galaxy. Let me get that information correct on there for the Intergalactic Wanderer, which is out of reach at the moment. But that is also another globular cluster, which is... it is 300,000 light years away. And where is the... My apologies. The Intergalactic Wanderer is another globular cluster which is 300,000 light years away from our sun, and it's nearly twice as far, which is the same distance from our galaxy center, and nearly twice as far out as the Large Magellanic Cloud. At this great distance, it takes 3 billion years for that to make one trip around the galaxy. So, what I hope to do is, I do have an image of it somewhere in the archives of the Intergalactic Wanderer. So we'll try to find that again. It's a little dim. It's 300,000 light years away. It's a dim globular cluster, but at the same time, it's one of those farthest objects that we've kind of imaged within our galaxy. I think it'd be really cool to try to... I don't have a view towards the core of the galaxy, so I think that would be an interesting shot to get, but we'll see what this one comes out with here for this. Globular clusters are one of those objects in the night sky that's really satisfying for pretty much any telescope, any set of binoculars, because they are such a large collection of stars, and they are a nice satisfying faint fuzzy to look at in the night sky. And for something that's as inefficient as our meat cameras, these are like look at the moon. It's nice and it's a nice large collection of stars. It's nice and bright, and it's overall satisfying to look at. So not 2 minutes, a 2-minute exposure. You don't need to do a lot of long integration subs on this, because you also run the risk of blowing out the center of the cluster as well. But yeah, it's one of those. There's actually a couple of clusters that we can hit up as we go over towards the Pinwheel Galaxy, and we did kind of miss M53, which is another wonderful looking cluster as well. But let me give you some information on M3. So Messier 3 is one of the 3 brightest globular clusters in the northern sky. It lies on the border of Canis Venatici with I cannot pronounce that one. Boötes. I have to get the pronunciation of that. Boötes. Anyway. And there we go. Let's get on to the numbers of this one rather than me fumbling through pronunciations. So this globular cluster is a distance of 33,900 light years away, and it's further away from the center of the Milky Way. Its absolute magnitude is minus 8.93, corresponding to a luminosity of about 300,000 suns. The apparent diameter corresponds to a linear size of about 180 light years. Its tidal radius, beyond which member stars would be torn away by the tidal gravitational forces of the Milky Way, is even larger. The cluster gravitationally dominates a spherical volume of 760 light years in diameter. Its total mass is estimated to be at 245,000 solar masses. So this cluster as well, it's about 180 light years across. But everything else, all the other stars around there, still are gravitationally impacted by this cluster. Alright, Lars, Puss in Boots, off to Neverland for a few hours. No worries. Thank you very much for hanging out with us. Appreciate you joining the observatory tonight. We look forward to seeing you on the next one, which is, as always, my schedule will kind of change week to week. So Twitter and the Discord is where you're going to find the most up-to-date notifications when we're going live. And yeah, I'm glad to have you in here. So we will look forward to seeing you on the next one there. Saturn Marker, how are you doing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. How are you doing tonight? We are currently looking at M3, a globular cluster that is 33,000, well, let's say for argument's sake, 34,000 light years away. It contains approximately 500,000 stars, and is famous for the large number of variable stars discovered in it. The first discovered by E.C. Pickering in 1889. These stars have served as standard candles to determine the cluster's distance. You got Twitch notifications enabled? Perfect. We'll catch you on the next stream there. Thank you very much. I've always dismissed imaging closed clusters, but I'm beginning to come around to appreciate their beauty from a physics perspective. I mean, I like looking at them. I've imaged, I think I did image M3. I did image a globular cluster. I wasn't too happy with the processing of it. But I think just something like a 2-minute exposure, and we're still able to kind of resolve many of the stars in and around there. Let's zoom in on this here. I also have my microphone in a weird spot. Let's go. Tend to favor over towards the right, so I point at the camera. But yes, see if I can kind of tone down some of that noise as well. Drop that. A little better contrast in there, but just being able to kind of pick out some of the individual stars within the center of the cluster there. Those in the southern hemisphere have Omega Centauri, which is a much larger globular cluster. And maybe a little more satisfying to look at. And also, for the most part, there are still many more stars. This is only a 2-minute exposure. If we did possibly 3 minutes, or maybe even 5 minutes, some of the dimmer peripheral stars around there would start to come into view. But for the sake of being able to get a quick image out of here, can't go wrong with this one. All right, what else do we have on the way? On the way to the pinwheel. That is our... That is a target I'm probably going to have to move over to soon, just in case the clouds want to start rolling in a little early. For those of you who have just joined in, welcome into the stream. We are currently looking at a globular cluster. of stars. About 500,000 stars within this entire cluster. And it is about 34,000 light years away. This is just a 2-minute exposure, which is, for a globular cluster, it's nice and satisfying to look at. And also what I like is just lines, or stars that are kind of in at angles. I just like seeing that in the universe. There is the 37 cluster, which is a nice one to look at as well, because it is in the shape of a 37. And it's just some of the targets in the night sky just don't always, match up with their names. But it is nice when things do kind of work out that way. So what we're going to do before we really get impacted by any clouds that might be moving in. Before we do that, we're going to go over to a star, which I talked about last night. And let's see if we can get that named star to come up. But if you have binoculars or just even a small telescope, globular clusters are great to look at because they're just these nice little faint fuzzies that are easy to cut. Now, once you can pick them out in the night sky, you know where they are. They just visually they're a nice target to look at. They're nice and bright. They're going to show up in the scope. Unlike when you're looking at like a nebula, aside from like Orion Nebula, you're not going to see a lot of detail, and that's just largely in part to, if our eyes can't expose for any longer than like 0.2 of a second when you're comparing it to an exposure once you're fully dark adapted. So at least looking at something like this, which is nice and bright, even in a... Here, let's take a... Alright, let's save that down. Let's do a quick exposure. I mean, even at 0.2 of a second, you can see a little bit of a fuzzy. You'd see a little bit more. It'd be a little clearer if you are holding up binoculars to look at this fuzzy in the night sky. But at least, a quick exposure on here, you can still see that it's there. It's not. It's not going to be difficult to see like a diffuse nebulae or something like that. Or even a galaxy, short of the Andromeda galaxy. So we're going to before we get over to the pinwheel, let's see if it is named on here. Or if we have to go... We're going to have to go by the right ascension and declination, unless there's another object really, really close to it that I can... UGC, PGC, no. These are not catalog numbers that we can use. No. Alright, this star is 1,000 light years away. I'm going to have to input these manually. Let's do a quick exposure. We will plate solve and make sure that we know exactly where we are in the night sky. There we go. So that knows where it is. Let us mark our right ascension and declination. Don't be difficult. 12 hours, 46 minutes, and 6 seconds. We're not too far away from this target. So it'll be a quick slew. $37, we'll say. And then we can sort that out afterwards. There's just a quick movement over there. The first time I saw the Ring Nebula was through a 14-inch Dob, and you can actually see color in it. And M57 is an incredible target to look at. It's a planetary nebula, and yeah, there are some targets that are very, very satisfying to look at in a telescope. I mean, Saturn is a fantastic one to look at, and I've seen Jupiter through a large Dob as well, and it's just a wonderful sight to see. The first time I went looking for the Ring Nebula, I thought I had found it through the scope, and my friend and I were looking, and yeah, we were convinced we were on the Ring Nebula. It was with the Alt-Az mount, so you know, it was kind of sketchy at best, but I saw that there was this little ring in the middle of the scope. I'm like, oh, it's pretty cool. It's kind of bluish. That's neat. And it wasn't until later that I realized that it was actually, the scope was tremendously out of focus. This was like a couple of weeks into doing astro imaging or even just visual astronomy. And I thought I was looking at the Ring Nebula, and I was looking at a defocused star. So it wasn't until afterwards when I actually got the Ring Nebula in the scope, in the viewfinder, with proper focus. I was like, oh, okay, that's the Ring Nebula. So, you know, these blunders happen. But we were both like, oh, that's so cool. It's like, yeah. And he had no reason not to believe that I wasn't telling the truth, and I had no reason to initially believe that I wasn't seeing the Ring Nebula, so we were just amazed at this defocused star. So we were probably just on, like, possibly even on Vega, just how out of alignment this scope could have been. So, but once I got on there again, a couple of nights later, once we got the stuff sorted out, we were able to see it in a 15-second exposure, and at least it's bright enough that you can kind of see it coming through. That was pretty cool to see that for the first time. There's some targets that are special to observe visually. I think so as well. There is something special as well about observing visually, because it's a very personal experience, and that's something you can't share with anyone else. You can describe it a little bit, but you just can't offer up that same sensation as looking at these targets. And and I appreciate that that a lot of people are more into doing visual astronomy, and you know, for me, it's I want to be able to, I want everybody else to see this as well. I want everybody else to see, holy crap, how cool is this? So, how cool is this? I was talking about this star last night, and it was named by the Italian astronomer Father Angelo Secchi. I'm probably butchering his last name. But this star, and you can only say it with an accent, and I kind of use a bit of a Spanish accent. This is La Superba. It is one of the deeply red-toned carbon stars. It is a semi-regular variable star. Its magnitude range from 4.8 to 6.4 over a period that averages roughly 157 days. If I was going to be speaking the correct accent, I would probably want to do an Italian accent, but mine is not great. So I choose to talk about La Superba in a Spanish accent. It's almost a biological experience. That same photon traveled from the sun, reflected off the rings of Saturn, and hit your effing retinas. Exactly, those photons have ended up in your head. Not some bit of mechanical equipment, but an organic organism has absorbed these photons from millions, thousands of light years away. You know, they've traveled vast distances, and they've met up with your retinas. Nobody else is going to be able to have those photons. And I kind of feel bad sometimes when a camera is exposing and it fails, and then those photons are gone. But this star, I wanted to image this star because of its name and just how red this star is. And this was just a 5-second exposure. I probably don't even really need to expose that long on here. But just the color that's kind of coming out there. I don't know how well it's looking on your screens, but you know, for me, it's a nice deep orange kind of color on here. I know I'm using a light pollution filter that's in there. I could probably even pop that thing out and take an image of it and, you know, just deal with any light pollution. But we're also shooting like a few seconds here. I will bump up the exposure. Let's go with just 30 seconds on this. Guiding is kind of inconsequential on this target. But there's a fair-sized write-up about La Superba. With a surface temperature of 2200 Kelvin, La Superba is one of the coolest of naked eye stars. Naked. Through one authority, puts it at 2800 Kelvin. At 710 light years away, the star's luminosity is 4400 times the sun's, after a large correction for infrared radiation. This gives a radius of about 2 astronomical units. An astronomical unit is 93 million miles. That's the distance from the Earth to the Sun. So this is double the size of that. Notably larger than the orbit of Mars, La Superba is most likely in the process of becoming a luminous giant for the second time, brightening with a dead carbon-oxygen core. Its mass is not well defined, but was probably initially at least 3 times the Sun's. Massive freaking stars. I wonder if it's in... I doubt it's in Universe Sandbox. But again, putting a star like that... We've put Betelgeuse in the middle of our solar system, and it quickly gobbles up everything... Pretty much everything in our solar system. You know, it's... Mars, Venus, Mercury, us, are immediately engulfed by Betelgeuse. And Jupiter and Saturn quickly follow, falling in its gravitational well. And, you know, the ice giants don't fare too well either. So sticking a giant star in a solar system like ours doesn't fare well for the rest of the planets that have been formed around there. But this star, La Superba, it's one of those stars that it's just the color of it that comes through. Oh, I'm still talking in a Spanish accent. The color is what attracted me to this, let alone the name. Even the diffraction spikes that we're seeing that's coming off of there are coming out red. Wow, minus 0.7 guiding error. What's your secret? I will tell you. I don't know. I've tried to balance this scope within an inch of its life. And that's about all I can really say at the moment about it there. We have some very, very calm skies at the moment. I am in the east of England, and N90 Flyer, thank you very much for coming in here. Do appreciate the you popping in. So yeah, it's a bit of a combination of some nice, good seeing conditions and just trying to fine-tune this scope as much as possible. It's the view from the guide scope kind of closely matches up with the view from the scope itself, the larger telescope. And that kind of has a bit of a benefit. It's, I think any longer of a focal length with the scope, I would have to start moving over to off-axis guiding. I think it just wouldn't be as effective. And yeah, like I said, it's just trying to balance this thing as much as possible to try to get it working there. Now, I've had issues with guiding in the past with the update to the ASI Air, which, you know, threw things off immensely. So it also kind of, when I'm shooting kind of towards almost towards the zenith, I have greater accuracy. So my balance is great at like 90 degrees. If I'm kind of shooting like 36 degrees towards the east, it's a little shaky. It kind of sits at like 0.8, 0.9 sometimes. Right now we're at what, 0.57, so I'm just kind of flexing at the moment here. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of look at this star here, La Superba, before I go over to the Pinwheel Galaxy. So yeah, 30 seconds on this star. You don't need a lot of time on some of the brighter stars there, but it was just that red hue to this star, which kind of drew me to it right now. So we're gonna head over to the. Make sure I save that. We always save our images. If you're here are my declination and right ascension aggression, 95%. It seems to work. Also, I haven't had a stretch of clear skies to really play with the settings. It's always, all right, here's one clear night, let's get this session rolling. Guiding is, you know, usually 50-50 on whether it's going to be great or all right. And that depends on how long of an image we take. So I'm going to move over to the, right now, go over to the Pinwheel Galaxy, and we will aim for one of our longer exposures, but I'll also ramble on about some other astronomical wonders whilst we're looking at that. I'm using the ASI Air connecting to my laptop, so plate solving is like one of the best things ever to happen with astrophotography. Being able to frame up that target and just easily syncing them out, not having to constantly recalibrate for guiding, is always a wonderful benefit. So we will make a quick jump over to the Pinwheel Galaxy at M101. And that should be within view. It really, really should be. I got it 60 degrees above the horizon. That should be enough to clear my neighbor's chimney. Success! Alright, a little bit of an adjustment there. Alright, we will also pick a better star than what it's guiding on right now, because sometimes it doesn't always pick a favorable star to look at. I like to usually pick a little bit of a brighter star, because if any kind of haze rolls through, then at least it should be bright enough to at least kind of punch through that cloud layer. Space Nerd! Hello, Space Nerd! Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you with us. How are you doing tonight? We are currently working on an image of the Pinwheel Galaxy, M101. It's one of those targets that for the most part has been largely unavailable to me because the night session ended too early. Or the clouds rolled in, and we were also looking at some other interesting areas of the night sky. But tonight I have put in our broadband filter, our broadband light pollution filter, so we are getting some interesting images that we usually don't get when we have our narrowband filters in there. Especially right now in my area, I have access to the northeastern area of the night sky, so we are largely looking at a lot of galaxies, which is great for a broadband spectrum filter. Whereas with a narrowband filter, you're going to get some cool images of the nebulae within those galaxies, but you're not going to always pick up the details. All right, let's make sure that we're where we want to be. That core should be nice and centered. That's what we want to see in there. All right, guiding is coming back there. Let's get back. Yeah, see, guiding, it's good, but it isn't always consistent. But we are going to start our image of the Pinwheel Galaxy. And some of the earlier images from tonight, this was not an earlier image of tonight. This was last week when we had an earlier imaging session. Right now you can see it is currently 2:30 in the morning for me. So the weather is expected to kind of deteriorate in possibly the next half an hour. And that's not too bad, because then that kind of... Usually I like to, when we do our live imaging sessions, they can go for many hours. And it looks like tonight is kind of going to wrap up in about 4 hours or so. But we'll see how the sky goes. But I wanted to get over to the Pinwheel Galaxy. It's one of those targets I've imaged at many different focal lengths. And it's the first time that I'll image this area of the night sky with this telescope and camera combination. I recently acquired the ASI 533 astronomy dedicated camera back in May of this year. So, you know, I haven't completed one full cycle, one full season of astrophotography. So there's plenty of targets that haven't received the treatment with the large scope and camera combo. So I'll be interested to see how this one kind of turns out there. I have imaged it before at about 450 millimeters and about 300 millimeters as well. So it's just, I think this focal length, you know, in my little back garden here in the east of England, you know, in this camera combo, the whole galaxy fits in really nice. Much like how the Triangulum Galaxy fits in the sensor as well. I'm interested to see just how well this does show up in an exposure. We have tried 33 minutes before on the Triangulum Galaxy, and I'd say that was fairly a success. There was some movement. I mean, it was 30 minutes. 33 minutes, so I wasn't expecting anything, you know, pinpoint. The guiding was all right that night, and you know, for the most part, how's guiding going right now? Because it was looking a little sus. We're still saying 0.9 and below. That's not too bad. We're at 0.7, so it's improving. There is more balancing that I always have to do. There's still some new equipment on there, so it's refining that balance as well. And it's just the for the most part, I haven't been able to get out there and do a lot of maintenance and adjustments because it's been raining a lot. It's been stereotypically England for quite a while, and I wouldn't even mind just some snow where I am. You know, there was one morning, there was a little light dusting, but that was it. And not much else was going on there. So we're taking a longer exposure on here because that's just going to allow more, improve our signal to noise ratio. So that is there is going to be thermal noise buildup. We are running the camera, at minus 10 degrees Celsius. And that's going to cut out a lot of the noise that is inherent in a long exposure image. There's still going to be some in there. And it can get averaged out when you take multiple images and stack them on top of each other. And the way how the program lines them up, it's going to align to the stars, but you're always constantly moving the camera in a little bit of a different direction. That's called dithering. So that is going to line up your stars together, but it's going to average out all that extra random noise that's going to appear in your photographs. It also will stack dead pixels, or hot pixels, sorry. So that is also easily removed by taking darks, and that is taking the same amount of exposure length. So if you're doing 5-minute exposures throughout the whole night, you will take 5-minute exposures at the same temperature with the lens cap on. So it's just capturing kind of like just that thermal noise in your image. And originally shooting with the DSLR, the temperatures over the night can start to dip, and you're not always going to get a consistent signal in there. So it's generally you really should take your darks at the end of your session, because that's about the time when your sensor is going to be at a certain temperature. It's not going to get any lower, because there's no other factors that are going to be cooling it down or heating it up any more than what you've been taking for the remainder of the night there. But I've always found my darks with my DSLR wildly inconsistent, and sometimes that is because when I was imaging, I would image right until the sun came up, and at that point it just started heating the camera up, and it just wasn't working out that well. But at least now, with a camera that I can cool down to sub-zero temperatures, we're able to have a more consistent temperature. However, have I taken any darks with this camera? No. Nope, I have not. I really should. I really should. And I know a lot of you are cringing and get on my case about it. I really should, and it would probably vastly improve my images. However, for the most part, we've been taking these single image nights, and we haven't set a lot of time aside for doing a proper kind of astro image in quite a while. But also at the same time, I'm happy doing this. I'm happy sharing these images of the night sky with you guys in this fashion, because it's a little different. It's not always the most beautiful image that comes out of the other end of the camera here. Save for the Orion Nebula. That target just it's just an absolute beauty to look at there, much like the Rosette Nebula, and even even looking at the Andromeda Galaxy, which I don't know if I have it in this collection or if it's elsewhere. Here, the Andromeda Galaxy, that's also another nice one to look at. So this is, these aren't like hours worth of exposures that we're doing here. I'm just taking 10 to 16 minute exposures, depending on the target and depending on guiding as well, just to try and get some really nice details popping out of here. And there are other people who like to share their images online of well exposed, well processed images, and that's absolutely fantastic. What I like to do with you guys is share some really cool images of outer space. The Bubble Nebula, again, one of the more aptly named objects in the night sky, is another wonderful target to look at. I haven't had the opportunity until this season to be able to image this target with the proper equipment. So, I'm happy to share these images with you guys. And it's not, you can see the noise in this. You can see all that little bit of modeling and even a gradient. You can see it's a little green and then to the average kind of purple-ish kind of look. At least on my screen, that's how it looks. And that's it. That's also my light pollution as well. If we were to, when we look at the image of the Pinwheel Galaxy, once it's done, there really shouldn't be much of a gradient because the streetlights do turn off at 1 in the morning in my area, which is very beneficial. There was a time I was going to get it was the conjunction of, I think it was Jupiter and Venus. They were rising up in the early morning sky, and I went out towards the coast to try and get this all set up. I was able to get the oscilloscope set up there. Borgie, how you doing, dude? Finally, actually made a live stream. How you doing, man? How have you been? Good to see you in here. There you go, guys. If you're not following Borgie, he is an Australian streamer. Check him out. I have a lot of Twitch friends in Australia, and it just kind of coincides with the time when I'm watching Twitch rather than interacting with Twitch. But always a fun stream. Always a good time to hang out with him there. So yeah, drop a follow. Holy hell, I'm good, pal. Good to see you here. Sorry to disrupt your flow like that. Can't believe I actually managed to catch a live stream. What are we looking at here? No worries. I'm happy to deviate from things, and that's all good. No, good to see you in here, dude. This is an older picture that we've taken of the Bubble Nebula, and that is all done with this telescope and this camera out here in my back garden. And yeah, we kind of looking over some older images while we're waiting for our image of the Pinwheel Galaxy to come out. And that is due in about 5 minutes. That exposure should be ready. We have switched things up a little bit right now because we are looking out into interstellar space, and there's not a lot of nebulae or star clusters really out in this direction. It's more galaxies. So, we've been looking at some really interesting areas tonight. I've switched up my filters as well because, when you're shooting certain emission nebulae, like let's see the Rosette Nebula, you want to have a very select view of the visible spectrum coming through, because everything else is just going to muck up your image, and it's not going to be as vibrant, as contrasty there. So what we're looking at tonight, we're looking at galaxies. We're looking at some really interesting areas. This was already one of my favorite images of the night. Holy potatoes! Jay Tenko, the man himself, Mr. TGIF. How you doing, dude? Thank you very much. Happy 2-month anniversary, Mr. Beautiful Beard. Much love, Salami. Thank you very much, man. Many beautiful photos you have there. Thank you, dude. We appreciate that. I appreciate that. It's try to get as many interesting photos of outer space as possible. I feel like I should redeem TGIF, but alright, why not? We'll give you guys a freebie. It's not Friday, it's Saturday. Or sorry, it's Sunday. Sunday for me. May still be Saturday for a few of you. But I'm going to go ahead and redeem TGIF here. A message from Jay Tenko.
Including our own sun. And eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe. leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. But TGIF, am I right?
Mr. J. Tanko, giving us a motivational, bleak look at the future. Good to see you in here. Another wonderful friend of the channel, another Australian streamer. He crushes it with working out and playing chess and just having a very good time. So if you're not following J Tanko, if you're not following Borgie Plays, you are committing a criminal offense in terms of Twitch streaming. So yeah, this image that we had here is there's two main stars that we're seeing in this image. Pretty much everything else, every little smudge is another galaxy from about 300 to 450 light years away. So this is kind of that area of the night sky of where you largely see a lot of the galaxies that are in the Virgo supercluster. So I always thought that with a broadband filter, you're able to get more light coming from galaxies. I think that's really, really cool to see this. And you know, it's always nice to look at some wonderful wispy clouds of a nebula, but at the same time, these are galaxies, individual galaxies with billions of stars within them themselves, much like exactly like our galaxy. Some twice as large, 3 times as large. You know, so we, you know, to think that we are completely alone, it's got to be a difficult thought to actually have. Whether or not there's someone else like us doing a similar stream talking about this other galaxy out there, you know, what other crazy things are happening in there, who knows. But yeah, to capture stuff like this is what I really like to do on this channel. We're just over a minute away from this exposure of the Pinwheel Galaxy. Mr. Richard, I'm alone. Oh no. Hang out with us. You won't be that alone. Good to see you in here. How you doing tonight? So I am seeing... What am I looking at here? I want to say, in the view of the scope, I'm going to quickly jump over to the scope. This star, is that... I think that actually might be Vega starting to rise up there. Alone no longer. Well, good to have you in here, Mr. Richard. Happy to see you in here. We are waiting for our image of the pinwheel to come through in just a few seconds there. Do you have to go outside to take pics, or is it all from your computer? I am fairly warm inside my studio. Everything else it's all run out there. There's a little Raspberry Pi computer down the bottom of the on the scope's leg, and I control it all from the computer, so I can stay fairly warm with my coffee and just hang out with you guys in here and not freeze my butt off out there. Although, what are we at? We're at it's -1. It's not that bad. Not that bad of a temperature difference there. But also, I can turn on my heater with minimal impact to sound, which I probably will do that very shortly. Although the sky's remaining clear, so who knows? I don't know when. Nah, I was gonna say, are we gonna be able to get the Ring Nebula tonight? But it's not gonna rise up high enough before the sun comes up. But our image of the Pinwheel Galaxy is ready. Hey there! Do you live someplace where there's low light pollution? I'm so envious. I am going to butcher your name. Aniso? Petrix? Terex? Anisop Terex? Annie, how you doing? Welcome into the observatory. Good to see you in here. I am in about a Bortle 5. I'm in a Bortle 5 zone, and luckily enough, at about from 1 in the morning till 5 in the morning in the east of England, we shut off the streetlights. All shut off, so that does greatly improve the image quality from in this little span of time there. So I am hoping to get as much time with the night sky as possible. The weather has been questionable, and really at this point now, from what the forecast is looking at, we're running on borrowed time for a clear sky. So we are trying to get as many cool images of the night sky, and we have just finished our 16-minute exposure on the Pinwheel Galaxy, and that has turned out remarkably well. Yeah, I guess you get what you can take what you can get in England. That is true. So that is why I've also opted to use a color camera rather than a black and white camera, just so we can get some really cool images as quickly as possible. So this is one of those targets that has been away from my camera for way too long. So that is the Pinwheel Galaxy. That is Messier 101. It's a very large, relatively nearby face-on spiral galaxy in the constellation Ursa Major. M101 is also known as the Pinwheel Galaxy. Now we are using a broadband filter tonight. Little cute girl, how you doing? So glad you could join us. Welcome in. Good to see you in here. I kind of don't usually end up streaming this late either. We started late as well because the skies didn't clear up. So yeah, it's good to see you guys in here. We do a little bit of a stretch on the histogram. Let's yeah, see many friends from other communities. I love seeing that. So yeah, let's do a little bit of a stretch on this. Try to bring out some more details. Nova Charter, how you doing, dude? There we go. That's a little better. Annie, I teach physics. I would love to incorporate astronomy at the school where I teach, but it's in a big city and there's no chance. Well, that's cool. I guess it would be kind of difficult in a big city to kind of get that organized. And also, you know, teaching, doing any, if you're doing something like this, it is largely dependent on the weather, and plans can really go sideways really quick. Baby Taper, welcome in. Thank you for joining the observatory. Good to see you in here. So we are on the Pinwheel Galaxy. It's a large face-on galaxy, and it is about 23 million light years away. Yeah, relatively close, astronomically speaking. So it does appear nice and large in our image there. What is the size of this galaxy? So it has a linear diameter of over 170,000 light years, about twice the size of our galaxy. So, I mean, looking out into space, galaxies are at every different orientation, and it always is nice to kind of look basically straight down into the eye of a galaxy and be able to see that whole, wonderful spiral structure. I'm just trying to be able to... No, don't. Don't do that. Don't want to go to. Just trying to get a good amount of contrast on here. I think that's all right. Usually when you are taking images of galaxies and any other object in space, you want to take many exposures and really start to... These little faint details will start to really pop out there. I do have another image of the pinwheel I took last year with a older scope and this camera that I'm shooting with right now. How does tracking work? Do you focus on brightest stars in the field of view, or is it just based on motor speed? What I track with is a smaller telescope, which is on top of... That's this little guy on top here. It's another smaller camera, and that follows a star. So we're currently tracking the star, and that's just going to make any adjustments. Because guiding, I'm using a motor drive on my scope there, and there can be errors that kind of crop up there. It's not always perfect, and largely depends on how well balanced your scope is there. But when it's following another star, it's going to make those tiny little corrections to make sure that you are not getting any streaks. And exposing this in for 16 minutes, and we still have some fairly little movement. We're also zooming in. Generally, you don't have to zoom in this close, but largely we are getting some good details coming through there. But yeah, so for a linear diameter of about 170,000 light years, being twice the size of our galaxy, and so it has a luminosity of about 33 billion suns, but at 23 million light years away, it's still not that bright. You really have to bump up the exposure time. So I'll quickly pull up a previous image I did of the Pinwheel Galaxy, which was many more hours of integration time. So you can actually see just how much detail we're kind of missing. There you go. That's the a bit of a larger version there of the Pinwheel Galaxy. So there is many more details. There's another exposure, but yeah. So there's a lot of detail that can be teased out in the Pinwheel Galaxy. So this was 11 hours worth of exposures on this one, and I still think there's more detail I can pull out of there as well, and try to balance the color a little better. Yeah, so to go from essentially from starting off with this and getting over to something like this, there's a lot more time that needs to be put in there. But at least we're seeing that basic structure. We're seeing another object, another galaxy, millions of light years away. So I think it's it's beneficial to try and get you're looking up at this area of the night sky with some binoculars. It's not going to be anything remarkable at all. You might even kind of miss the faint kind of smudge of the core of the galaxy, if that, looking with binoculars. This was 16 minute exposure, and it's still fairly dim. And even then, I'm still, getting just that basic structure of the galaxy, kind of missing out on some of the the other details that are on the peripherals, some of the extra nebulosity of the spiral arms there. the movement is pretty accurate in both. You know, so it's one of those targets that it's just it's nice and big in a sensor, and you know, I'm still not at the native focal length of this telescope. Seems that Twitch is a perfect pair for the downtime you have in astrophotography. Yeah, I think it's Twitch has been fairly beneficial in terms of just being able to share this with you guys as quickly as possible. I mean, it's nice to look at a finished image that someone has done on Instagram or Twitter and, you know, online magazines and things like that. But it's this opportunity to be able to, you guys are sitting along with me, waiting for these images to come through, and, you know, short of setting up the scope as well alongside with me, it's a little bit of anticipation. We don't know exactly how the image is going to turn out. Did we? Sub to G4 Paul Rowe. Paul Rowe, how you doing, dude? Prism Tonic, hello, hello. Good to see you in here. G4, how was the night? How was SAR? How was it shooting cute little animals with other cute little animals? Even Prism has the game now. How many? Can we like fill an entire lobby with people on this game? Because I think that would be pretty fun. Jay was busy enjoying the night sky. I don't know. Do we have 64 people? We might have a fair chunk. I think there's a fair amount of us that are able to kind of get in on it. I think that would be it's kind of fun. It's one of those games that it's mindless almost, and it's really quick to get into a matchmaking session there. Hello? Hello, mouse? I think my mouse died. There we go. I come for the Astro, I stay for the star porn. Prutz! How you doing? Good to see you in here. Oh, I've hit the wrong button. All sorts of things are happening at the moment. You guys can't see it, that's fine. It's good. Yeah, good to see you guys in here. We are, like Jay said, we have star porn. So, this galaxy has produced 3 supernovae in the 20th century. Another remarkable property of this galaxy is its large number of star-forming H2 regions. A total of about 3,000 can be seen in photographs. H2 regions are enormous clouds of high-density molecular hydrogen gas, ionized by a large number of hot, bright young stars forming within them. Hot, bright young stars are in your area today. The name of this galaxy, this is the Pinwheel Galaxy, or M101, or NGC 57, or UGC 8981, or PGC 50063, or there's tons of numbers for this, many designations. They burn bright and die young. And they leave a spectacular supernova remnant as well. We have captured quite the collection of supernova remnants. see if we can pull out a couple of previous images here. One of my favorites being the Crab Nebula. Because what I like about the difference between about the stellar nurseries is that they're nice and soft looking, very graceful, whereas the supernova remnants are much more of a, you can see the violent movement within them there. You know, we have shot the Crab Nebula in the past, and this is one of those targets that I hadn't imaged in the past, and you know, this is like the first kind of go round of the season where I've been able to capture this target, and it has looked absolutely wonderful. I wonder how you can possibly have ionized molecular hydrogen. I wonder that as well. Hydrogen bonds together with its two only electrons, forming a covalent bond with this electron pair, right? The chemistry of astronomy is not my forte. So if you knock out an electron, the molecule will fall apart. Fall apart? Your knowledge might be a little more beyond that. I like to just talk about space. I'm still learning, still picking up different aspects of everything there. That's awesome. The Crab Nebula is a supernova remnant. And it was observed by Chinese astronomers in 1054 AD, recorded as long as from that time back there. This is 6,400 light years away from us, and there are some images of this nebula, this supernova remnant, of its expansion over the past 10 years. And I think I don't have the link for that at the moment. I will locate that link for future reference there, because it is a really cool animation of the movement of the supernova remnant, and it's over about the course of a decade almost where you're seeing this movement, and it's very, very slight. But you know, at the heart of this whole structure is that neutron star in the middle there, powering this whole event. You know, so you have the stellar deaths, but then it's also nice to look at the stellar nurseries, much like the Orion Nebula. There's just that kind of feathery softness to the area. You know, there's just this gracefulness in the birth of stars. You know, as violent as it is, but it's just something that's a little more, a little nicer to look at, in a way, if you want to kind of think about it that way. Imagine we'll be able to send a probe to a neutron star someday. You know, just being able to get to any other star someday would be really, really cool. You know, and you know, just saying kind of really, really cool doesn't exactly bring out the incredible feat of human engineering that would be to be able to reach a star in any kind of human lifetime, in you know, observationally or physically somehow. But for now, we will use our little backyard time machines to be able to pick out these areas of the galaxy, and just hope that we can, you know, view these objects in as much detail as possible. So what do we have for what is the weather looking like right now? Let me see what we are dealing with. Give a rough estimate of how much longer we are able to keep going here. And I think at this point we are running on a bit of potentially borrowed time with the night sky. So let us see if there's at least one more target. How does that look? That's not too bad. It's still that star there. That is definitely Vega that's coming up there as a very, very bright star. How do you protect your equipment from the rain? I have a scope cover. It is from a company called Telegizmos. It is designed to be all-weather, year-round protection for the scope, and it keeps everything nice and dry, nice and. I do have a desiccant filter that I do prop up underneath there, so it kind of absorbs any excess moisture, and it's done its part for the better part of 5 months now, so it's working really well. And there you go. Imagine the problem is that we get spaghettified if it gets too close. Anything with a high density object in space is going to have a much larger gravity field. So yeah, like a black hole, we would get spaghettified. And I do like that term spaghettification because it just sounds absolutely ridiculous, but at the same time that is the proper term for having all your molecules and atoms kind of ripped apart and pulled into the singularity of a black hole. It does. There are some really cool sounding terms in astronomy, in astrophysics. All right, what else do we have available? Like I said before, I have my kind of limited view of the night sky is about 36 degrees north. 36 degrees above the horizon. And also kind of looking towards like the northeast, my neighbor's chimney gets in the way sometimes. There you go. Too close to the star, you're gonna deorbit or be vaporized. That's true. It's only so close we can get. This is a nice safe zone that we're in right now. All right, what is straight up? What do we have? So before we have image M87, which was home to the black hole image from 2019. We did look at the relativistic jet as well. I want to pull that image up there because that was really cool to be able to see that. Is that the good one? Unload. All right. That was the core of M87 that we were looking at before, and I know it's a little bit of a smudge. However, that's the core of the galaxy, but that extra little bit there is that relativistic jet coming out from the black hole itself. And in a single exposure, a single 16-minute exposure, to be able to get any little glimpse of that is pretty damn cool. A giant elliptical galaxy is M87. That's that's a bit of a zoomed in stretch of the histogram there, and that's the wide field image of it. That's the same galaxy we're looking at. I just kind of brought in the levels quite a bit to be able to expose that jet, that relativistic jet coming away from the nucleus of the galaxy. So that was one of the earlier images of the night. And the whole kind of the whole theme of tonight ended up being galaxies, because we are looking out towards interstellar space rather than the core area of the galaxy, because everything else is behind neighbors' trees and homes, which I just can't can't easily image through or knock down or anything like that. So we deal with what we can in the galaxy, or sorry, in my back garden to look out at the galaxy. So I think we are to pick out at least one more target before it looks like we have some high clouds rolling in, and that should about do it for the evening. You have a favorite season for viewing? It would probably in about the in autumn is kind of that time when a lot of the Milky Way targets are kind of sitting in the east and the northeast area. So I'm able to get some good time on those targets there. G4, enough of your Scottish night skies. I know they're great. And you even have longer nights than I do down here. I don't know if I saved our image of the... Did I save our image of M3? I did. Okay. Alright. Globular clusters are always a nice thing to look at. They're satisfying. They're easy to image. You don't have to take a long time to get any meaningful data coming out of there. And I just like how they turn out. Alright, let's see. The Cat's Eye Nebula is a little too low. Dang it. We've done the pinwheel. Let's see, what did you use before the ASI Air? I used Astrophotography tool and Stellarium to pick out my targets, and largely that didn't last too long. It wasn't long that I was sitting out there. Everything was freezing, and I didn't want to leave the laptop outside as well. So it was the combination of Stellarium and Astrophotography tool, and also just using the hand controller as well. But I quickly moved over to the ASI Air. But yeah, largely just the hand controller that I was using. Even when I set up the ASI Air, I still had the hand controller connected. And pretty much by the second night, I got rid of the hand controller altogether. Everything kind of fell into place fairly quickly. I did experience issues with Stellarium for the most part. It just didn't jive too well. At least I was probably using it wrong. What about open clusters like the Pleiades? Have you imaged them before? We have. We didn't have the broadband filter on. It was with the narrowband filter, so we weren't getting great contrast with that there. And I think we kind of focused on Merope, I believe. Let me see if I can find that in there. Or Merapi, however you want to pronounce it. Where is... There's an area of the Pleiades. Some of those look stellar. It's alright, enjoy a good pun every now and then. Hey, for those of you who've just joined in, welcome into the stream. I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck. And the skies are clear here in the east of England, so we are taking live images of the night sky and sharing them with you guys as quickly as possible. However, the clouds are starting to roll in, so or at least are threatening to roll in. So I'm going to try to pick at least one more target before we are inundated with these clouds. These interlopers of the night sky that turn this into astronomy on hard mode. But we'll try to pick at least one more target there. Also having a quick look back at some from previous images as well. For right now, what do we have here for the night sky? It's not too bad. We still have we got Vega in view there, and I wonder if there's any bit of the that Milky Way, the band of the Milky Way is kind of sitting low, like 17 degrees above the horizon, which is blocked by my house, and I'm not about to knock down my house in order to try to get any kind of an image there. What we should be able to get, trying to be cheeky, we'll get the Hercules cluster, M13. Let's go for that. Those are always nice to look at. Save our pinwheel cluster, our pinwheel galaxy. I'll take one last look at that there, because it's awesome. Would you knock down a neighbor's house, though? I've tried. They seem to be largely against that idea. All this, you can't do that. Put that bulldozer away. You know, all sorts of complaints. So yes, there was our 16-minute image of the pinwheel galaxy. Let's see if we really stretch that one. That's a little better. A little more detail kind of coming through there. But you can also see that vignetting that's just the filter I'm using. It's a little tiny, so we will look to eventually get a filter that is the correct size. Here, we'll save that down, and we will move over to M13, which is a nice quick target to image there. Hey Ma, good to see you in here still. What'd you guys have for dinner tonight? Alright, we're going over to a different star cluster. This one is a little larger than our previous target. Asteroid Hunters! Holy potatoes, how you doing? Hello! Hello, sir. How are you guys doing tonight? Not relevant, but in the 6th grade, M51 was my favorite galaxy. Was? What's taken over now? Do you have a new favorite galaxy, or is it still your favorite galaxy? We are moving over to M13 right now, because at any time the clouds can start rolling in, and we may as well pick some bright targets that are quick to image. It has been a fantastic evening so far. We are under rain for our nightly sky survey, but good to see someone making it happen out here tonight. Well, thank you guys for doing the work that you guys do as well. Let's see, let's get over to M13. Let's see if it should be just high enough above the roofline. I am kind of cutting it close. We'll see if that goes. I liked galaxies when I was a kid. That's why my room was messier than most. Get out. Let's see if this target is detected 51 stars. That doesn't seem promising. No. It is just low enough above the roofline that we're not going to be able to get that there. All right, let's see what we have. Available. Let's see what's in My apologies. How could I be absolutely so daft? Why are we not on the Whirlpool Galaxy? And you just mentioned that too there, Nova Charter. And it was a hop, skip, and a jump away. It is, isn't it? All right, M51. Let's get on it. We have images in the past. We haven't shot it with this camera, so let's see how it goes. Hopefully everybody works out. I guess M51 is still my favorite. Second is our home galaxy. It's not too bad. I like our galaxy as well. If you take a picture of that in Oz, does it spin the other way? It's kind of in the other way. I would imagine it would look weird seeing the Orion constellation upside down. Although for those in Australia, it's just right side up. Alright. Why are you taking so long to solve? Alright, cancel that. I don't mean upside down, just spin the other way, you know, like water does. Cool, yeah. I don't know if Annie might have taken your coat by accident on their way out. Maybe catch up with them. Alright. A 5-second exposure of M51. We are on target. We're exactly where we want to be for this one. And I am going to try not to faff about too much. Because if these clouds roll in and ruin this image, Nova Charter is going to be very, very disappointed. And we do not want to disappoint. We do not want to disappoint him at all. So let's get this. Make sure guiding is happy chappy. That's good. And I'm not going to risk. We're going to go with our. I'm going to go start the exposure right now on the Whirlpool Galaxy. I have imaged this as well. This is. I spent a lot of time on this galaxy in wide field and in a deep sky image, but I have yet to image this with this scope and this camera. So I'm very interested to see how this one's going to turn out. And judging by the 5-second exposure on this galaxy, I am severely excited to see how this galaxy is going to look. Already much more detail than the Whirlpool Galaxy or sorry, than the Pinwheel Galaxy was offering up there. Like I said, I have imaged the M51. And that was kind of at the beginning of the lockdown in the UK, because that was a weird stretch of very, very clear skies for like a couple of weeks straight, and I almost felt like I was running out of targets to image. So it was really cool to be able to get that much time on the target there. So that was our. How many hours was this on? I didn't say. It was probably close to about 18 plus hours on this one target. So I'll be interested to see just how, how much detail we can kind of get out of a single 10-minute exposure. I was working on a Star Trek comic that took place in M51 back in the 6th grade. Interesting. Like a bit of fan fiction. So yeah, we'll see how this one is going to turn out. Guiding doesn't look too bad. I'm happy with that. So we will see how that goes. So I missed looks like a mummy galaxy holding a baby. That's so sweet, isn't it? I'm not too familiar with the Ritchie-Chrétien telescopes. How do they compare to a Cassegrain? The Ritchie-Chrétien telescope has just 2 mirrors. The secondary mirror isn't held in place with the glass element. It is just the larger primary mirror. Here, let's switch over to the scope. That banging you're washing, it's a song this time. I'm not doing any laundry tonight. My clothes are clean. PC Nerd 37. The 37th PC Nerd has joined the observatory. Welcome into our community. How you doing tonight? We are currently imaging the Whirlpool Galaxy. 2 interacting galaxies that are 28 million light years away. So yes, the Ritchie-Chrétien, you can see some frost starting to build up on there. A Ritchie-Chrétien telescope has the primary mirror at the back, like the Schmidt-Cassegrain, but there is the secondary mirror held in by the spider veins, and which just goes back into the camera, so it's not. So you get those nice diffraction spikes. I wasn't a fan of diffraction spikes before, but once I owned a telescope that allowed them naturally to occur, I grew to enjoy them. 2 seconds. I'm going to turn on my heater because it is starting to get cold, which it shouldn't register if I've. There we go. I'd be doing great, but some unexpected wind is keeping my observatory closed tonight when I had planned to shoot NGC 1961. I really do not like when it is a supremely clear night and high winds, because that just ruins everything. It may as well just rain, right? We've had a couple of those nights, and luckily enough, one of them we were almost at a full moon, so I just kind of went after the moon that night just to share that with you guys. And even then, it still wasn't that great. Everything was kind of getting knocked around. So yeah, this is a bit of an opportunity to check out the kit as it were. This little device right here, that is my ASI Air, and it is one of the best investments that I've had in terms of comforts for astrophotography, because I can sit in here in the kitchen in my studio and relatively warm and be able to control my scope, control the camera, all the guide camera, just with relative comfort instead of freezing my rear end off out there. It looks like you took a trip to Aperture Science and stole a portal turret legs. You monster! And I got the portal reference on there. That one didn't go. That one didn't go. I caught that one. I got it. I got that reference right here. Right. Oh shit. No. We are in for snow for the next few days, so I was looking forward to getting it out tonight. That's also that stinks. Sorry to hear that. The weather, when we can't control the weather in any way, shape, or form, and we want to have an imaging session to try to get ahead of any inclement weather rolling in, always a pain. A little too high. Maybe not. That's good. All right, where are we at with our exposure? We should be getting close to 2 minutes. 2 minutes before our image of M51 is complete, and let's see. Let's go back on. Day mode is probably going to get ruined. That's not too bad. At least this way I can start to see any clouds starting to roll in. And is that? I don't think that's Vega, actually. It looks too high up. Is that Arcturus, maybe? No, it's too far. Maybe it is Arcturus. Arcturus. Has to be. Does extreme hot or cold weather affect the equipment? It can kind of start to impact the focus of the scope, and really I probably should go out and adjust the focus, but I didn't. Largely, all the images kind of come. It doesn't shift too much in and out of focus, but if you are taking if you're doing a series of photos on the same target, you do want to keep all your every single image in focus there. So some people combat that by having an automatic focuser on their image there, or on their imaging train, and for the most part you can kind of go out there. Cutie Viz, Cutie, how you doing, dude? Good to see you in here. Extreme heat, are you for real? It's the UK. We have like 2 days of stupid hot weather, and that's about it. Doing good, excellent. Glad to see you in here. Bit of a little bit of a late start and a very, very early morning for me over here, but good to see you guys in here. We are currently imaging the Whirlpool Galaxy, and that is just about due. Your cat's trying to catch the cursor. Move back over there. I feel like you need to come up with a bit of a voice modulation for this one. Still new to the Orn board, making effects on the channel. All right, Mother, Baba Zelnik, have a good evening. Thank you very much for coming in. Always glad to see you guys in the chat here. You and Dad. Hope you guys have a very good evening, and we'll see you soon. We're probably going to wrap up shortly as well, just because it's also almost 4 in the morning right now. Love you too. All right, our image of M51 is done. Thanks so much for the diversion. I should get back to grading exams. Well, very glad to have you in here, Annie. Good to see you that you've discovered us here. Here is our image of M51, Nova Charter's favorite galaxy. Is that really your mum or just a thing? No, that is genuinely my mum. That is my Bubba Zelnik is my mother. The Old Balls is my dad. So adorable is Mrs. Canuck. So yeah, it is good to see family back in Canada, kind of supporting the channel as well. There you go, just to give all the papers an A+. That's right, that's not bad. Could you do the cluster in Virgo? The galaxy cluster. We did... What did we do earlier on? Hang on, let's... Markarian's chain, I can get a portion of it. This is... I'm shooting at about almost 1,000 millimeters, so I can get a small area of Markarian's chain in there. We'll see where... For son of a biscuit. Come on back, Internet, you can do it. Internet, you can do it. I believe in you, Internet. There we go. Really? Command gives that up? Could you zoom into Amazon, see if my package has left yet? The beard. Beautiful, isn't it? Right, let's do a little bit of... We're holy potatoes, that is really cool. Alright, I am starting to think that there's a possibility that that secondary mirror is starting to frost over, so that also might be cutting things short. But yeah, that's... man, I like that. That's been almost a full year since I've been able to... Since we've looked at the Whirlpool Galaxy. Alright, let's give that a little bit of a stretch. Holy smokes. Alright, the little wispy bits of the stars that are kind of being impacted by this galactic interaction there. I'm already starting to see that. Let's turn off the guiding. You need to see that there. Man. Alright. That is tremendous. I'm liking that one a lot. Using a broadband filter, we're able to get more details, and just seeing these stars that are kind of being ejected from these two galaxies interacting. Is incredible with this. You know, I shot this before with this camera here. Didn't even get that much detail right off the bat. This is only a 10-minute exposure. I can only imagine what this camera is going to do with hours worth of exposures. And the Whirlpool Galaxy is just starting to. This is 3 in the morning now that it's really kind of just being able, get a shot of it. So the closer some of these targets are to the pole star, to Polaris, they kind of hang in that area of the night sky a little longer than others. So it allows more time on a target throughout the night when you're shooting these images there. So there we go. This is 28 million light years away. These two galaxies can also be seen under dark skies with binoculars as well. So they're nice and bright, and that's why they're showing up. This galaxy is showing up really, really well in here. Very pronounced spiral structure of the Whirlpool Galaxy is believed to be the result of a close interaction between M51 and its companion galaxy, NGC 5195. Decades ago, it was not known with certainty whether it was a true companion or another galaxy passing at a distance. The advent of radio astronomy and subsequent radio images of M51 unequivocally demonstrated that their interaction is real. So these are two interacting galaxies, 28 million light years away. And this is definitely a target that I'm going to image. Definitely going to take some time to image that at length. And yeah, I love this. This is a fantastic shot there. For those of you who have just joined in, thank you very much for coming into the channel. I am Tom, I am the Astro Canuck, and we are currently looking at two interacting galaxies 28 million light years away. This was a 10-minute exposure with a large 8-inch telescope and an astronomy dedicated camera. And if G4's cats are still watching, maybe they'll chase the cursor around there. But this is probably send you a pic on Discord what I see. What'd you do? Is that Sonic, or is that just a protruding lower jaw? I see an ear. I have no idea. I just said it. Just like I said, it looks just like a mother and a baby. I like that interpretation of it. Oh, come back, internet. Yeah, I guess so. You can see it. That was MS Paint not loading up for that. I dig it. You need to add some kind of like a whiteboard element on there. Will these eventually collide? Being gravitationally bound, if they are interacting, if they're just kind of a passing motion. What does it say here? Fair chance that it probably will be that NGC 5195 will be absorbed into the galaxy. They will become one. Bellinissima. How are you doing tonight? This morning? Good to see you in here. We are looking at Nova Charter's favorite galaxy, and incidentally, one of my favorite galaxies as well. It is turning out to be a fantastic night looking at galaxies, and yeah, the weather has held off pretty well. Oh? How you doing tonight, Val? Don't eat all your snacks, Chief. I don't have any snacks at the moment. I have coffee. This is my go-go juice. But this has been a tremendous evening. The weather has held off. I was very disappointed in the forecast, how it changed. Why do I know the go-go juice reference? It's a good question. I don't even know where I've said go-go juice before. Coffee this late? Yeah. That is my superpower. I can drink several cups of coffee and go to bed. That's it. That is the norm. Oh, what time is it? Well, it's about 11:30. Fancy a cuppa? Yeah, pop on the kettle. Alright, it looks like, for the most part, that that secondary mirror up at the front doesn't have the dew heater attached yet, and that is really starting to impact the image. Because if we look at the scope, we're starting to see that. Let's go back to that frost and see that frost building up. Does that zoom in as well? No. But there is frost building up on top of the scope, and that's also going to be forming frost on that secondary mirror, which doesn't have that. See that what was the wrong mouse there? This band here, that is a dew heater that keeps that primary mirror nice and warm, so it's not going to frost over. It's not going to condense and cause any fogging. However, that front mirror just doesn't quite have that on there, because the weather has not been favorable enough to give me enough time to go out there to be warm enough or even dry enough to attach that secondary dew heater on there. So that is going to be a bit of an issue. You know, the guide scope has its dew heater. It's nice and warm. It's being able to maintain guiding. But yeah, if I move this back to its default state, it just seems that, I don't know, there's maybe it's not too bad. What else I like about this image? Okay, yes, we have our image of the Whirlpool Galaxy. But again, like a few other images that we've taken tonight, there are smudgies. Oh, now that's it. I'm in the way. I'm in the way of the smudge. Hang on. Right. This smudge is another galaxy. 140 million light years away. It has a physical diameter of 67,671 light years across. That's what I like about having, like, looking out towards interstellar space and checking out all the other bits of cool stuff, cool things that are out in the galaxy, and as well getting a little closer. Again, more smudges of another irregular galaxy 230 million light years away. So it's not just what is at the available right at the beginning of in the forefront of what we're seeing in this image. You know, we're getting these galaxies. Let's see, do we have another? That is right about here is IC 4277. It's another spiral galaxy which does not have a distance. There's not a lot of information on this one. But again, just more than what our object of affection is captured in this image. Even earlier on tonight, that was the Pleiades from a few weeks ago. But earlier on tonight, we did capture hundreds of galaxies, if not close to 1,000, in a single image. You know, this is only a 16-minute exposure, but there's each little more smudges than dots. Dots are stars. Points of lights, these little points of light are stars, but everything else that's a little elongated, a little bit of a faded and smudgy, are an entire galaxy. 300 to 450 million light years away. So this is part of that within the Virgo supercluster area. So, galaxy, 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 galaxy. I could go on. This was one area of the night sky I really wanted to capture tonight because I thought that was going to be an amazingly interesting image to look at. And there we go. There I am. So this has been a really, really cool section of the night sky. Galaxy season kind of starts at about 1 in the morning for me, which is all right. Rodriados. Rod, welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Nice to have you in here. Welcome into our community. For those of you who are new to the channel, I am Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and it is my pleasure to bring you guys images of the night sky. I am currently in the east of England. It is almost 4 in the morning for me. The weather has held up really, really well. And like I said before, I'm taking advantage of the clear skies as much as possible to bring you guys interesting images of space. And those bright stars that we were looking at in that previous image there, cutie. Those two bright stars are stars within our galaxy. A few of the other smaller points of light, those are other stars, but there are more galaxies than individual stars in this image, which is absolutely incredible. So cool to see an astronomy channel on Twitch. Well, hey, thank you. Thank you for tuning in. There are a couple other astronomy channels that I follow. Econ Greg is one of them, and he is my inspiration. He is out in the western area of the United States. I am here in the... Sorry, he's in the eastern area of the United States. I am in the east of England. So sometimes we like to trade off on when we have some clear skies. Sharing the night sky. Yeah, I appreciate you coming into the channel. We are looking at all sorts. We are looking mainly at galaxies tonight because I've switched up my filter with the telescope and camera, so we are in a broadband kind of spectrum here. We aren't just picking out certain little areas of the visible spectrum. We are trying to get as much light in the scope as possible tonight. And yeah, this was one of our earlier images that we shot. Econ Greg, the Sultan of Poon City. That is correct. But Econ Greg always crushing it, and I think it is incredible that he has made partner on Twitch as an astronomy channel, and that is incredibly inspiring. And like I said before, he inspired me to kind of get this channel going. I wanted to do something in terms of sharing the night sky with you guys, more than just kind of throwing my images on Instagram, slapping a cool filter on my work. But at least this is a way for me to share the night sky with you guys and be able to get a good idea of how an astrophoto kind of starts. You know, it's all going to start with one exposure. And sometimes these exposures turn out really, really well. Other times they're not always that great. And that can be rectified by adding more time to a target. There are some targets in the night sky, yeah, they are incredibly dim. Like the planetary nebula, the Medusa. The Medusa Nebula. You know, it's very faint. It's not as... It's nice to look at, but there are more details that can be pulled out of this this target. You know, whereas if you're looking at the Rosette Nebula, it is a much more rewarding nebulous object to be imaging in the night sky. This is a small portion of the Rosette Nebula that we're looking at. 30 light years in diameter is that central area. So this is a massive structure out there. And again, with the filter, we're imaging in narrowband. You know, to be able to get those details coming out of this nebulosity. And whereas other galaxies at times, like the Andromeda Galaxy, can be much more rewarding than these other galaxies that are millions of light years away. You know, tens of millions of light years away, whereas the Andromeda Galaxy is just 2.5 million light years away. And that is a little bit more of a rewarding target to image. This is our closest galactic neighbor. We will eventually one day meet up and have a gigantic star party. Until then, we will admire it from afar. Just enjoy the views that kind of come out from this galaxy. Now, this was also imaged in the narrowband with the narrowband filter, and right now Andromeda is kind of out of view for me. If I was to kind of get it with this filter that we're using tonight, it would have to be, we'd really have to start off the evening fairly early to be able to try to get any kind of an image on there. But yeah, let's see if there any. I'm going to take a chance, and I mean, we can still see. You still see some stars, so that's all right. And I want to say that's Arcturus, but I don't I don't know. It must be. But it looks a little too far. I think it is. Because it can't be. Vega is still too low. Alright. Now that it's a little higher, it's definitely higher, we're going to go over to the Hercules cluster, M13. We're going to go over to a globular cluster because those are nice and rewarding. They don't take too long to expose. In fact, even a 5-second exposure, we're getting some good details coming out of there. So I will make sure I save this image of M51. That is this galaxy over here. 2 interacting galaxies, 23 million light years away. Make sure we save that. And let's go over to M13. That should be, yeah, that'll be fine. That's 41 degrees above the horizon, so we should be able to get that in there. There we go. Now we did image M3, which is a globular cluster, but this is also this is a nice looking cluster as well. And they don't require that much time, which is all right for when we're trying to capture these images as quickly as possible. And that's fairly centered. That is centered enough. That's all right. So just pick a new guide star. No, one that's a little brighter, because if anything is going to start kind of frosting over, or any little thin clouds are going to start rolling in, then we want to be able to have that brighter star kind of punch through, be able to keep on guiding as well. So we'll just do we're just going to do 3 minutes on this. They don't need to be long. I mean, even this was just a 5-second exposure, and we're already starting to see a lot of detail in that cluster of stars. One of my favorite space facts is that when 2 galaxies merge, that the space between the stars is so vast that pretty much any of the stars colliding is nil. Looking at traveling through the simulator in Space Engine, you notice that it takes so long to get from, even traveling at the speed of light. There are videos that simulate that speed, and it is incredibly slow. And it is also just that measure of distance of how much space is between each star. They talk about colliding, but it's not like a collision of 2 objects, on Earth. It's the same thing as if you were walking in New York, and then somebody else in Australia is walking along. That's a terrible analogy. That was terrible. Space is big. And it's also 4 in the morning. Go-go juice is done. But yeah, even then, you kind of run simulations in Universe Sandbox of the galaxies, of the interaction between Andromeda and the Milky Way, and yeah, it's you're going to see some stars get flung out into interstellar space. But for the most part, yeah, it's just the gravitational interactions between everything that's the black holes that are going to be the big movers and shakers.
I was thinking
Nope. There we go. 3 minutes on a globular cluster is ridiculously rewarding. Oh, come back, Internet. Internet, you're still here. I believe in you. I believe in you, Internet. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. The Hercules Cluster, or M13. Also designated as NGC 6205 and sometimes called the Great Hercules Cluster, is considered one of the most spectacular globular clusters in the northern sky. And without a doubt, I mean, there's the surrounding stars within our galaxy are wonderful to look at as well. We have just off to the lower left corner there. There is a galaxy. That is NGC 6205. That is 50 million light years away, and I probably should have framed it up maybe a little better to catch that in there. But I think that one is pretty darn cool. Right, so this globular cluster itself is about 23 million light years away. Sorry. My God, I apologize. Not 23 million light years away. 25,000 light years away. And is a distance of 140, has a diameter of 145 light years. The cluster also looks large and bright because it is intrinsically large and bright. M13 has an absolute magnitude of minus 8.7, which corresponds to a luminosity of 250,000 suns. Messier 13 contains several 100,000 stars. Some sources even quote more than 1 million. The brightest is the variable star V11 with an apparent magnitude of 11.95. Towards the center of the stars are about 500 times more concentrated than the solar neighborhood, while the probability of collisions between stars, there we go, of how much space is in between there, is in such a crowded region is negligible. The night sky seen from a planet near the center of this globular cluster would be filled with thousands of stars brighter than Venus and Sirius. But because a lot of the stars within globular clusters are so metal poor, you're not going to get much of a chance for any kind of evolution happening, planetary evolution happening within there. But if you were to, say, be in the middle of a globular cluster, you wouldn't experience nighttime at all. No matter which way you rotated, there's still going to be tons of light coming into your area of of this cluster. So, while we get to enjoy, the night, it's because there has been enough time for light to reach us. All right, again, carrying on with the kind of like summer here. Yeah, pretty much. Where you just, if you're kind of in those northern areas during the summertime, you're not going to get much of any, very little nighttime. I have in the summertime here, at my latitude, I don't reach astronomical dark. It gets kind of dark. It's dark enough, but not really dark enough to do any long exposure images there. So kind of picking stuff like this, targets like these, pardon me, globular clusters is great because it doesn't take a lot of integration time to start getting any details coming through here. Now again, like I said before, continue on with the theme of everything with galaxies. There is another galaxy in this image here. It's not as bright, but it is 540 million light years away. Corresponding, its size and diameter is, its distance and physical diameter is 109,207 light years across. So again, amidst all this wonder of a globular cluster within our own galaxy, there's another galaxy hiding behind all these stars. That's what I love about capturing these images. Seriously, how awesome is it to see all these targets from that so far away and capturing the light that has, when we were at, we were halfway in our orbit. So what was that? That was 540. That was that's 2 orbits around the Milky Way, around our galaxy core that we've made before when this light originated from this source. Like, that is incredibly cool. And very satisfying to look at the globular clusters. So again, Messier 13, 23,000 light years away. Possibly containing 1 million stars within this cluster. See if we can kind of boost it up a little bit more here. Looking at a globular cluster with binoculars, with a telescope, and sometimes, depending on where you are, even just with the naked eye, that there are going to be a fuzzy little object in the night sky. Much easier to see these in some galaxies as well. That's why they're just that much more satisfying. Even if you have a telescope that has a slow focal ratio, globular clusters rarely ever disappoint. So I think this is a wonderful target to kind of look at, to kind of punch through any kind of thin layer of cloud that might be forming on there. So it is a wonderful time with the night sky tonight. And what we're going to do, we'll save that image as well, because we can't forget to save these down. Because it is very important to make sure we keep these images on file for reference, and also just for the fact of whenever it is cloudy, we're going to want to look back at these images and just say, hey, remember when there weren't any clouds? I miss not having clouds. So at least tonight we're able to take a look at these objects, which are absolutely wonderful to look at there. So, I would appreciate if you guys are going to stick around for the next couple of minutes here. And we are going to send a raid over to Quarkmark, who has been in the channel before. And he does some amazing astrophotography. And he has started doing something similar to this channel. However, tonight he is playing Minecraft. And I know some of you do enjoy Minecraft, but I also want to share... I want to share the love over to him as well, because I popped in on his channel one morning and he said that I was his inspiration for starting up an astronomy based Twitch channel. And that made me feel really good, really special that I have inspired somebody to do what I've been inspired to do as well. So I want to be able to share that, to pass that appreciation on. So we'll send you guys over to Quarkmark, and this is, my computer is slowing down immensely. Let me make sure I spell everything right. All right. We'll do that. You guys have been absolutely incredible. I appreciate you guys coming into the channel, and I also love to see that some of those who we haven't generally been able to catch on the stream, because I usually end much earlier than this, but we started a little later. We're going a little longer, and you guys have been fan-freaking-tastic. I hope you guys have enjoyed your time here as well. I hope that you've been satisfied with some answers and some facts that I've passed your way, and even if you don't have a question that kind of pops into your head right now, it's yeah. If you think of anything, send a message over on Instagram, Twitter, over here, whatever it is like that. But I'm going to pass you guys over to Quarkmark. If you guys want to stick around for the raid, I appreciate that so much. Nova Charter, thank you very much for hanging out there. Rod, appreciate you joining in. Astrobeard, have a fantastic evening. You guys are absolutely tremendous. Thank you guys so much for the lurks, for the resubscriptions. Old Balls Pops, thank you very much for sticking around. Love you very much. We'll send you guys over to Quarkmark. Man, exclamation raid. Oh, peas and rice. Raid 1 for the subscribers. Raid 2. Which I don't know if it's going to pop up. Anyway, if you have some raids, drop those in there. Share love over to Quarkmark. He's playing Minecraft right now, but he also does astronomy. So, you guys have been absolutely fantastic. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very, very good evening, a very good morning, and we will see you guys very, very soon. Take care. Have a good night.